about to cry. Got game by the pound. Getting paid is a forte. Each and every day to play away. I can't get out of my mind. I think about the girl all the time. East side to the west side, pushing fat rides, it's no surprise. She got ticks in the stash, stacking up cash, fast when it comes to the gas. By no means average, as long as she's got to have it. Baby, you're a perfect 10. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. She's got class and style, seen dollars by the mile. Baby, never act wild, very low-key on the profile. Getting feelings is unknown, let me tell you how it goes. Curves the word, spins the verb, love as it curves, so freak what you heard. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Man, that girl look good. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Play on, play on. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. She's got class and style. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. No diggity, no doubt, y'all. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. So I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I gotta bag it up. Enough of lies, sleeping naked in the night. Got to take it off my mind. Old enough to make you mine. I believe in human rights. Got to take it off my mind, off my mind. And now you've got me here to win. I see through the innocence. I know the way is getting hard. Put a soul away from losing grip. Music keeps me spirited, but nothing can compare the way. You know, you got me with the love and feeling. I know nobody cares, only what you say. You know, you got me with the love and feeling. I know nobody cares, only what you say. fine, driving circles in my mind. Got to keep it all in line, all in line. Scribing words to make you fall, make you cold, so you want more.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Cesg 2026. It is a true pleasure to have you all here as we explore this year's theme, Reimagining Experience. Today is about one central idea, that AI is no longer just a promise of the future. It is already reshaping how organizations design, deliver, and improve customer experiences. But beyond technology, this event is about people. How we rethink value, how we redesign services, and how we lead transformation in an evolving world. To kick things off, we are privileged to have some very special guests with us today that I invite to come to the front and officially open this conference. First, I would like to invite to the front Professor Renato Natal, Vice Dean of FEUP.
Thanks for the introduction. Boa tarde, good afternoon. Let me put my glasses, otherwise it's more complicated. Dear directors of the Master in Services Engineering and Management, dear organizers of the Congress, dear invited participants, dear students, dear colleagues, dear community. On behalf of the director of FEUP, I would like to welcome you to this Congress and thank you for joining us this afternoon. It is a real pleasure to see such a diversity community gathered here, united by a shared purpose to exchange knowledge, to discuss challenges, and to build collaborations that create real impact. This Congress can be understood as our commitment to excellence in understanding, designing, and optimizing service systems that impact every aspect of our daily lives. This Congress is, above all, a place to meet across subjects, across perspectives, and across the boundaries between research and practice. At a time when the challenges we face are increasingly complex and interconnected, events like this matter. It can help us align priorities and to turn strong ideas into better solutions. Today marks a significant milestone in our academic journey as we gather here to explore the latest insights in a set of fields of service engineering and management, which are emerging technologies. As students of this master's program, you are not merely observers, but active contributors to the evolution of service engineering and management. You have the privilege and the responsibility to apply your knowledge to real-world challenges, driving positive change and innovation in service organizations. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee and support teams for this work. Thank you for coming and for your participation in this Congress.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now I'll also like to invite the director of Cesg, Professor Jorge Teixeira, to give us a few words.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for Professor Renato Natal, Vice Dean of FEUP, to be here. I would also like to compliment my colleague, Professor Marta, the Vice Director of Cesg, the invited speakers. Thank you very much for being here. My colleagues, faculty, students, former students, companies and other stakeholders that are here represented. It's always with a great pleasure that we host this event. This is the event that yearly, it's a get-together of the Cesg community, and it's important to emphasize that this is the 19th Congress, so we are turning 20 next year, so Cesg has already a long history, and this is the event that since the start, since the first year of our master, the event that we all come together as a community, we learn, we discuss, and we also have a network together. It's also important to emphasize that we are almost 20, and that this year we again were approved for the next 6 years by the Portuguese Accreditation Agency. And not only that, the potential expansion of the number of students of Cesg was also approved. because we are now living in a moment where the master is very strong, and also we are having lots of candidates. Fortunately, nowadays we have more or less a ratio of 3 candidates for each spot available in the master. So of course we want to continue this trend. So last year the number of candidates for MEG increased 60%. So we hope that actually if that increases a lot, Marta and I will have a lot of trouble because we have to interview everyone. So we don't want to keep the necessarily the same rate, but it's good to have this interest. Of course, this also raises a lot of responsibility, namely for all our network, both students and alumni and companies that collaborate with us, because we want to keep offering to all our students great opportunities for dissertation works, and then when they leave our master, so good opportunities to work and grow professionally. Okay, but that's it about the master. I wish you all a great afternoon. I think, again, thanking all the invited speakers and colleagues who are moderating here today. I think it will be a great afternoon. And don't forget that after 6, we'll also have a sunset event where you are all invited, where we will also distribute our master awards for the students that excelled the past year. So thank you very much and have a nice afternoon. Thank you.
We now move into the first deep dive of the day. Our first roundtable, it is titled AI in Services, Moving from Hype to Real Impact. For years, we've heard a lot about promises about AI. We've seen the demos, we felt the excitement, and we wonder about the what-ifs. But as we stand here in 2026, the conversation has fundamentally shifted. The question is no longer, can AI do it, but can it do it reliably, ethically, and at scale? We've learned that real impact isn't just about better code, it's also about the human component. It's how our teams adapt, how our leadership evolve, and how technology improves the human potential. To help us unpack this journey, we are joined today by 3 exceptional professionals who are navigating these waters every day. So I please welcome to the stage João Ferreira, Associated Partner at Deloitte, Inês Faísca, Expert in Digital Acceleration and AI Transformation at EDP, and Nuno Lima, VP of Information at Mavecor Group. Please, a round of applause. To guide this conversation, to challenge our speakers, and to connect the dots, it is also my absolute pleasure to introduce our moderator, Professor Alcibiade Guedes, President of the Board and CEO of Engenharia. Professor, the floor and the panel is yours.
Right. Good afternoon. First of all, thanks for inviting me to join here and have the pleasure to moderate this debate. Please welcome me again in welcoming João Ferreira, Inês Faísca, and Nuno Lima. And before I ask my colleagues for an initial presentation and also an initial view of how the organizations are looking at this issue, I'll bring in some challenge on the title is already quite challenging, and it's very interesting because, you know, in having some experience of these things of innovation, more on physical, technical, engineering, informatics, AI, etc. I've been in this situation several times of seeing a gap between the potential, the pilot phase, and the real impact implementation, and that's what we're discussing here today. And that gap is mostly there time after time on each new wave of whatever technology brings us. And our initial idea is always we'll change it upside down in the next 6 months. And then it's not 6 months, it's 6 years or more to see the real impact. And why is that? I think we'll discuss a lot in the panel. And obviously, it's no surprise we'll have much more to do with people, with processes, with organizational culture, much more than the technology. I always say the technology moves faster than everything else. So technology is always there. I've never been in a situation that technology was not there already, or was not good enough, or was not fast enough. So in the end, I'm sure the experience of the colleagues of panel will show that, has much more to do with organizations, with culture, with, again, people and processes. So I think we'll drive in aspects like, barriers, challenges, opportunities, what is already creating impact, what is not yet creating impact. Also, how to measure impact is another issue by itself. How do we measure? Is that gross margin by the end of the day? Is that new business opportunities? How do we measure it? And how do we get people, our teams, our people, adopting and collaborating and adopting these technologies or other technologies? And once there again, my experience shows that generation and age or generation gaps are very important here. The adoption is always much faster the younger we are, you are, and much slower when we have older people in the organization, in the teams, etc. So the gap, the generational gap also, I guess, plays some important role here. So saying these first few words, again, I'll start by asking, and I will follow this order, João, Inês, and Nuno, to first present themselves and give a first 3 minutes insight on how you're dealing with things in your organizations.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So first of all, my name is João. I actually studied here in FEUP as a proud alumni of this master, so it's very good for me to be here once again. It's not my first time. When I joined Deloitte, it was almost 17 years ago. The reality was completely different from what it was 2 years ago and from what it is now. Meaning that when I joined, technology for consulting firms like Deloitte was becoming, well, one of the main services. Actually, nowadays, not only at Deloitte, but most of the big consulting firms invested significantly in technology. Because as the professor said, there is nothing that we do nowadays in any kind of services, any kind of organizations that don't have technology. So for people like us, consultants that do professional services, it's almost impossible that we do a project where there is no technology aspect of it. So that's why most of the organizations grew significantly their tech teams, and actually in most of our clients, the technology and business are becoming really blended in the last couple of years. Then when we see the data boom coming, I would say 3-4 years ago, this blend of business and tech, I think, increased significantly because data is the source for most of the business decisions, and business wants to own the data, also be able to manage the data. So we saw a lot of investment around how that data can flow to the different business areas and how the tech guys could provide, I would say, the self-service capabilities that typically business is seeking for in this space. And then I would say, at least, well, once ChatGPT was launched, I think it was the first mover. I would not call ChatGPT a legacy, but if we see all the transformation since the launch of ChatGPT until today, we could almost call it kind of a legacy compared to the rest, meaning the velocity where this technology is delivering new capabilities is so fast that it's very easy that something or someone or some technology or some service seems legacy. And that's a big challenge, I think, for most of the organizations. And at Deloitte, as you can imagine, that's a big challenge for us because our work has been for 176 years. So a lot of almost 2 centuries, not 20 years, but almost 2 centuries. Being servicing clients, providing insights, providing information, consulting, and explaining or trying to work together to build new solutions. And now our clients seem to look at these tools as well, but why do I need services like you? I can ask Claude, I can ask ChatGPT. Yeah, that's a big question. And what we are seeing, I think, is 2 or 3 main trends, and then we have more time to discuss it. But one is, in the last, I would say, year, and that's moving faster, the trend is not more about experimenting AI and try to use it in the organization. That's already passed. The thing is, the organizations that are really capable of putting AI in their processes, in their real core business, are the ones that are going to succeed in the next 6 months. What we are seeing is a lot of organizations invested a lot on experimenting, doing some specific prototypes, MVPs in very specific areas, but they are struggling to put AI at the core of the business. So when you talk about agentic, for example, we see that there is that goal, but most of the organizations are struggling to put the real agents working in their operations for many challenges. And we also identify that the majority of the AI successful delivery in our clients globally are part of big transformation programs and not isolated projects. So what we see is that having an isolated project trying to deliver AI is not succeeding as good as including AI in big transformation programs. So the big shift for us, and I think for you, is becoming not about technology, because, well, coding is becoming a commodity. For me, I think in the next 5 years, coding is going to be a commodity. I know that I'm a software engineer also as my my initial career, but I really think coding itself will become a commodity. Everyone in this room or in other rooms in this university and others will be able to code together with these tools. The topic is about design, is about governance, is about being able to communicate ideas and explore ideas. So soft skills that were, at least when I joined Deloitte, the main thing we were seeking for, then it changed to hard skills. What we see is it's going to change again to soft skills. So the capacity of communicating, designing, having ideas. So that's our challenge, and that's the shift we are doing at the moment.
Thank you, João. Inês.
Hi, everyone. My name is Inês, and I work at ADP at the acceleration team. So what we do, my team at ADP, we have like the head of being responsible for every AI use cases and at ADP. What does this mean? Like, it's from identifying use cases to implement, from track adoption and track value monitoring, and ensure the adoption and that the AI is embedding in core processes. So this work has been a lot challenging in these past years, and we are doing it globally, and for every platform and then for every geography. And I think the biggest challenge that we are working here are the people, because AI, it's an emerging tech, and of course it's always rapidly evolving, and we are seeing it like every month, new features and new tools, or even every week we have new tools. And we have to evolve with this fast-paced technology. We are working, the main challenge that we have now is the adoption of all the use cases and agents that we develop in-house. And this part is mostly because of the fear that people have when we talk about AI. It's still not that clear how AI can help, because people fear a lot that they are going to be replaced by AI. So we have a strong strategy focused on change management that we hope it will help on on this part, and to make sure that people have the right tools, the acknowledgement, and that they can be able to use the tools as we expected and to be the more productive as possible.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nuno Lima. I'll make sure to take 1 or 2 minutes to let you guys know what Mavecore is, because I'm sure all of you have heard of Deloitte and all of you have heard of ADP, but I'm sure that 90% of you have never heard of Mavecore. We are a group of over 30 companies at the moment, all operating on the industrial sector. I'm currently positioned as VP of Information, which means that I am to make sure that all new process adoption is successful. Also, I'm in charge of monitoring the team that's implementing these new processes and developing the applications needed for such implementation. From the very beginning, our board had a strong and, I'm going to say, risky bet of investing in digitalization and process optimization. And I'm calling it risky because this was not normal. It was not something you would see on an industrial sector. This allowed us to leverage our expertise, and thanks to this bet, we are now able to monitor all our projects inside one application suite. We call it Mave World. And we can do it from step 1 of the business to the last step, from quoting to project management, tooling and fleet management, and across all levels of the business. If I'm to add something right here, is that my non-technical background allows me to be there on the end user. And what we focus on is developing tools that can be used not just by the ones that are sitting behind the desk, but by the end user, the one with a torch on the hand, the one holding the heavy tools. Those are the users that you need to move onto your side in order to be successful implementing new processes. At the moment, we are currently working, obviously, with AI. Everybody is working with AI. But I found really clever the topic of this Congress, because there really is a hype. Everybody's talking about it. If you're not invested in AI, you are in fear of missing out. You are feeling the urge to implement. But what we are trying to do is keeping our feet on the ground, because in life you have a problem and you find a solution. But what I am seeing now is that people think they have a solution for something, and that's AI, and they are trying to look for problems for using this AI to solve, but don't go looking for the problems. You have the problems, and then you go to the solution. And that's, I think we need to keep our feet on the ground. We know we are on the verge of something miraculously, and João mentioned, and is absolutely right, that we are transitioning at a faster pace every day. If you go to Claude, I'm sure many of you use Claude Code, they release new versions almost on a daily basis, and sometimes more than a version a day. So we are definitely on the verge of something amazing, but I think we need to keep our feet on the ground and think clearly, not just go with the flow.
Right. Thank you, Nuno. Thanks all the three for these first few words. This note from Nuno on focusing on the end user and focusing on the problem, I think is a very good insight for what comes next for our discussion. What I'll ask you to have a first go is, or second go now, is in your organizations, where do you find those pilots or those situations where by now we already been able to add value? Because again, as you're saying, Claude is evolving every day, but if we go to organizations, probably 80% of the people does not know what is Claude. And that has to be understood by everyone. They probably have discovered last week that there is ChatGPT. Okay, and so we need to be careful about that, as you're saying, because again, if we don't focus on the last end user, if we don't focus on the client, if we don't focus on the, depending on the businesses or where the value is generated, then again, value will probably take longer to show up, and the hype might have some problems in the near future if we don't really generate more value. And obviously, we are all trying, we're all testing, we're all prototyping, but that's why my question now is where, if any case, where do you find the organization cases that we already can get value out of it? And now maybe starting the other way around, starting with Nono, we came this way.
We obviously have some use cases that we addressed using AI. The most obvious one was invoice processing.
Okay.
That's something I believe most companies know that can be done, and a lot of companies are already using. What we do is we have developed a tool that extracts data from PDF files, and these PDF files, I mean our suppliers' invoices, for instance, and PDF extracts the useful data. We have a user validating this data, and then on one click, this information is automatically registered in SAP. This is the MVP we've built. We are still in a very early stage of the project. It's already being used in production. Where we see this going for this specific project is by iterating, and this is a mentality we try to implement at Mavecore, is that the use of minimum valuable products. So we do something small, we fail, we know we're going to fail, but since we know we're going to fail, we prefer to fail on the second week of the project, not on the 6th month. So we do the small, we deliver, we iterate, and then we adjust. And where we see this going is when this AI processing reaches a maturity level that allows us to be comfortable on what it's doing, we are thinking that when the reliability of the tool is higher than, for instance, 95%, it can do it fully automated. And our user only has to take place when AI is not comfortable that it's going to deliver a successful value. Still, human interaction will still be needed, obviously, not as much as today. And just to address the concern that you mentioned before, people are in fear of losing their jobs. Well, it's been like this for centuries now. It happened on the Industrial Revolution. It's been happening every time something bigger is coming. I don't think that will be the case. I think we would all have to adjust to find our place in this new market, and well, try to add value to our companies. We have other projects. We'll probably be able to address it later.
Inês?
So at ADP, we don't look at AI as an exaggerated technology, but as a new way of working. We have a strategy focused on the part of change management that I already talked, and we have a series of tools, workshops, master classes to ensure that our people use the tools that they have. They know what they can do with them, and if they have new ideas or problems that we can solve with citizen development agents, we have that part, that part. In the other side, we have the roadmap part, and we identified 7 big bets that are our focus for use cases. And well, we are focusing and already use cases implemented from several areas. Operations and maintenance, we have AI-driven platforms that combine real-time data with drones and analytics, and with this we can anticipate failures and optimize interventions. On other sides, we are working in customer service. We have an omni-channel bot that combines speech and bot analytics that reduce time and errors in the customer centers. And on the other side, we also work in productivity tools. We have an in-house tool that's Mind for ADP. That is internal chatbot where we can ask, and well, it's our ChatGPT, but for ADP, and we can use it with no problems internally. And we are doing like a cross-pollination with several business enablement functions. We are producing a Mind for Compliance, Mind for Comms, and every business enable function wants to have one, so they can use it and have be more productive. That's the part. From the part of people here, we always state that AI augments people. It won't replace it, but it will remove this low-value work and to help people to focus on the main topics and the business topics and concerns. And in this way, what we are trying to do is to have all these use cases embedded in core processes and to review all the core processes to be sure that we are adding value to the business.
Thank you. João?
Well, so at Deloitte, I'll try to answer in two ways, because we build actually most of these solutions for our clients, and I can give you some examples where we are using AI already in our clients to solve specific problems. And then at Deloitte internally, we also have our own way of using it. I can share a little bit on that. So just giving some specific examples, our company is quite broad at Deloitte. We don't just do technology, we have audit, tax. We just bought one of the biggest law firms in Portugal, so we have a big law firm also within Deloitte. So it's a very, very different kind of skills. And in all of them, our CEO, since the beginning, said all of our services will use AI across the board. So that's an internal guideline, and that's very important, because AI is not just for tech guys. AI is also for our colleagues that do the law services or tax. An example in the tax area, one of the main difficulties that people that work in tax know is legislation is being sent almost as Claude every day. So they are always releasing new laws, new legislation in Europe, in Portugal, in different countries, and it's very difficult to keep up to date. And one of the agents we developed internally helps our colleagues analyzing every day all the law that is being changed and sent to, well, the different countries that we operate, and of course help them quickly understand the impacts in their clients. And that saves a lot of time, basically, of reading. And typically this is time that junior guys would do, which would be reading a lot of new documentation, trying to summarize it, bring to the managers, etc. So that part of the job is almost gone, and now they really can focus on other more added value activities. This also, I think, is important to say that we are not seeing and foreseeing reducing people. So what we see is that the complexity of use cases is increasing. So clients like EDP or others are increasing the demand in terms of complexity. So they want to get things faster and more complex. And what we know is with AI, we expect cycles of delivery to go down up to 50% in time and reduce, in terms of the typical, let's say, software engineering, FTE kind of based, between 30 to 60%. So that's what we expect, that projects will have less people and be delivered much faster. But also at the same time, we expect that we'll have much more projects being delivered at the same time. So I think we will need more people, to be honest, doing different stuff. And we will have a lot of change happening in all the organizations, because everyone will start using these technologies to do their replacement of legacies, building new capabilities. And we are seeing agents already being used in very specific things that turn out into value. And I'll give you just an example. One of our clients in Portugal, I will not disclose which one, Basically, one of their challenges is they are an insurance company and they pay health insurance in Portugal is booming, as everyone probably knows, because of the demand in private health is growing very significantly, which means insurance companies receive much more things to review, approve, and pay. And as you can imagine, the main challenge is all of these are paper-based, and it's very difficult to do the review that is needed. Without AI, it was materially impossible to review everything, so there were some rules to kind of prepay. And then there was kind of fraud mechanisms to try to find out who filed a wrong thing. And now with AI, and that's currently happening in production, deployed, they can validate 100% of the documents they are receiving with AI agents, which means now, and that already happened, in the first couple of months, they immediately reduced between 20 to 30% of wrong payments they were doing, small payments typically, which are the ones that are not validated. But if you think about this example, and here we are talking already about millions of euros in a specific use case, these multiplied by companies like ADP or others that have large volumes, like if you think about the retailers, that they have millions and millions of small transactions that were never possible to validate, with AI now we can do it 100%. So there are multiple examples. And internally at Deloitte, of course, the AI change management is happening. So just to say that it started top and bottom. So all the partners are mandatory to use AI. And actually, in our partners meeting 1 year ago, all the partners need to create an agent live to see that was possible. And we are doing the same bottom up, so for the juniors. So that's the way we think this will work, is leadership and the new generation, they need to be with the same mindset.
Thank you. I think it's somehow the three of you already gave some examples and gave some opinions about what helps to get it right or wrong and what might be more successful or less successful in any type of implementation of AI agents or AI mechanisms. I would like to hear from you, what you think really makes the difference. We've been in pilots, we've been with clients again already using it in production mode. What makes being a successful project typically, and what makes it not being a successful project typically? Now, starting with you, João.
Well, I think the main topic when you talk about AI, AI is now a buzzword for everything. We start calling automation AI, and we still have a lot of things that are not AI. But I think when we talk specifically about AI usage, and in particular LLMs and these kind of models, the first thing is data. And most of the organizations, they want to use it, and either they don't have the data curated, so they just have a lot of data, but they don't have it curated, which is very difficult for these models to use. That's why we advocate that most of the organizations need to start using what we call SLMs, small language models, and not LLMs. Because if you use Claude, you will get the same that your competitors get, which means you are not distinguish yourself from what is more important, which is your own data. So organizations need to curate their own data, create their own SLMs, and to do that, of course, that requires infrastructure, governance, a lot of things behind the scenes that need to be in place. And that's where most of the organizations are failing, because the data is not there, or it's there and not curated. And when it's there, the second thing is not available, because you need integration, meaning if you have large organizations like the ones here with a lot of systems, different departments, the data is spread in many places, and you want to use real live data to take real live decisions with AI. You don't want to use the old models like data warehouse, then spend a couple of seconds or minutes to refresh and stuff like this. You want to take real-time decisions. And in order to do that, you need access to data and to the systems in order to not just analyze the data, but act on it. And the last step, which is acting on it, which is what we expect the agents will do, is the more difficult part, because that requires, again, integration capabilities And that's why I think software engineers will still have a lot of work in the next couple of years, building those integration capabilities within the company. So that's one. The other, I think, is about, and I just read, I think 2 years ago, one article in New York Times, something like human interaction is going to be the new luxury. And I wrote a small note this week on that, because I really think that most of the problems are still the ones the professor mentioned at the beginning. At least in what I see is delivering projects in organizations, technology. I don't recall any example in the last 17 years where technology was the reason to not go live, to not deliver the project. It was either people, it was conflicts, it was egos, expectations, change management, and that is still the problem. And with AI, it's getting bigger because this anxiety in older generations is there. People are feeling worried about their jobs. They try to defend their own department, their own legacy, because they don't want to get it replaced. So the blockers within the organization, I think, are getting bigger because people are afraid that their job, their area, their system that they built for the last 20 years is going to be replaced in 6 months or 2 weeks by Claude. So that's, I think, the challenge. So that's where I think you guys probably will still help a lot organizing these organizations.
So I think at EDP we have it in three main conditions. The first one, of course, is strong foundations. During the last 3 years, the work was mainly on this foundation and have the data governed, and with data quality and ownership. This is really important, the part of who owns this data and who has to keep it updated. The second part of to have success with these use cases is to have the part of process integration. If AI is not directly linked and embedded in the daily workflows, people will not use it. We have to assume that everyone is lazy, so we have to make it available as easy as possible. And when we have an idea of a use case, we have to see it real time in real life, how we're going to use the solution. And lastly, I believe the misalignment of expectations is one of the parts that makes a lot of use case failing. Because of this trend of AI, everyone talks about AI, and a lot of people just believe that AI can do everything. And with that, people set some high expectations of what that use case will deliver and what will do. And the reality is not quite there. We are not yet there. We don't have the data for that. We don't have all the information that we need. And then people just don't use the use case and the solution just because, oh, it's not what I was expecting. So it's really important, this alignment of expectations, to be sure that what we are delivering, it's exactly what it's needed by the business.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with what my two colleagues said. First of all, data is key. And most of the times you have the data, but it's not organized, it's not reachable, it's not usable. So if you have garbage getting in, you will have garbage getting out. So you have to treat this data, you have to organize it, you have to have it ready to be used. And that's very, very important. And we actually did a test, a trial on one of our projects while building a chatbot to help users on the using of our internal platform. And we decided to, okay, you have this platform, we built a few prompts. Okay, now let's use the chatbot. Let's see if this chatbot helps us using the platform. It didn't. Some of the times it was right. Most of the times it was wrong. And our concern was that it was not astonishingly wrong. It was just a bit wrong. So if you are not in the knowing of what you're doing, you are going to read that information, and in your mind it would be a valid information, but it wasn't. It's just a bit misaligned with what it should have been. And just to address again the losing of jobs because of AI, I don't know if you've heard of a sentence Henry Ford said. It's probably fake, but it's probably a myth, but I think it represents very well what we're dealing with. And he said that if he were to ask people what they needed back when cars were starting to be invented, they would have said, okay, we want faster horses. And that's why we will always have place in the organizations, because most of the times what people want is not what people need. And we are there to help them realize what they need, why they need it, and how we can help them solve that problem. And again, failing fast and reiterating, because the initial question was how to reach a point of success in delivering. Well, most of the times you will not. But with these iterations and improvements, you'll finally reach a point in which you are better than you were before, and that's, for me, that's success.
Yet in your case, where do you find the reasons on those projects that you already implemented? If you have to pick up the learnings from that, what were the reasons to get it right, versus one or another that you got it wrong? What, if you have to identify the learnings, what are the main ones?
Most of the time, it's regarding with translating business needs into requirements, because if you don't take that first part, that first meeting seriously, and that's where the real problem is built, you'll probably fail, because on that first meeting, most of the times you are getting a brainstorm. You are not getting a real requirement assessment. So that first contact with the stakeholder is very important, because most of the times you will not leave the first meeting with the know-how you need. And that's why I'm referring again the MVP model, because by building small products, you are able to deliver something and then improve from that. And we use that in one of our other projects we are implementing right now. Also a project that's starting in the last couple of months on site. We call it May World ID. What the main struggle from our main stakeholder was that he was not able to control if the workers were actually on site or not, because our stream of timesheet is using a mobile app, and users can report their working hours, well, basically from anywhere. They can be at home, and they can report that they are on site. Obviously, we have a validation process that comes later on, but on big projects, and in our case was working on refineries, because we are talking about a very broad area. It was very difficult to realize if these workers were actually on site or not. So what the stakeholder required us to implement was a digital clock in which the users use fingerprints to make sure they were there. This, on his mind, this would add a lot of value to the business, but it would not, because this information was not going to be used by anything. In the end of the project, they would have a .csv file, and what were they going to do with this? They would do nothing. They will just have millions of rows in an Excel, and they would do nothing with it. So what we decided was, okay, let's go small, and to kickstart, we developed a Face ID kiosk in which the worker just has to approach. It has a Face ID feature. It logs the worker clock in, and when he's leaving project, it does the same. It logs the clock out, and that's it. Obviously, we could have been more ambitious and go for okay, so let's try to implement this for multi-projects or multiple work fronts. If we were to do this, we would probably have failed and have delivered something that would not add real value. So we decided to go small, and now we have on site something that's working, that's producing data that we can use, because these logged clock in and clock out information are being transferred to our main app, and this data is being stored so we know where the workers are, in what projects they are working on. We can have information on average arrival time comparing to the expected arrival time, and etc. If we were to do what they would ask us to do, we wouldn't have any of this. And we have it because we decided to, okay, let's start small, let's see what we can resolve by this, and now let's decide where we want to go.
Thank you, Nuno. Now for the three of you again, regarding the impact on workforce, and obviously we know that that's a major issue, and that's one of the major reasons why some get nervous, some get anxious, some get whatever is the feeling. What are your organizations especially doing about that? About skills, about training, about how to overcome resistance, how to ease the adoption? Being most of you large organizations, what sort of corporative or more local projects or initiatives are you taking on in order to overcome these difficulties? Maybe now starting with Inês in the middle.
So, first of all, as already said, we have a strong focus on change management, and we have a team that is responsible for doing a series of workshops, talks about AI and the tools that are available. Almost every worker at GDP has some premium license of Copilot or ChatGPT, so they can use it, and it will help accelerate this knowledge and the use of AI. Additionally, we also track all the adoption of these tools in the different segments and teams, and tailor some workshops for the teams that are not working. From other side, we are also doing some core processes workshops where we can see and track the whole process end to end, and to see where we can fit some tools, some agents, and to add some value in this. Most of all, I think the most important thing that we do is to have all our leaders buy in. So we have a lot of communication, a lot of forcing to have people to use all the tools available, and to think about AI and to experience AI, and to not fear what AI can bring.
Do you force it in any way, the use of it? Is there any KPIs about that?
Yeah, we have KPIs in our team. Not people don't have to use it, but we have it in our team, and we are well, it's some kind of force to have people to use it, and to have people to know how to use it, because more than use it, it's important to know how to use it.
Thank you.
Well, on our side, of course, we have all the training around this, and I think the main issue, I think, with the AI is that we are going to train people on what, because we did this. So we started when Copilot and ChatGPT was launched. The first thing was we need to make it available, and of course, making available for an organization is very different from having access directly in a personal account, because we have privacy issues. We don't want our clients' documents to be put in ChatGPT. So the first thing we did was block all the websites. So it was a contra cycle. So the first thing was blocking, because we needed to make sure first we could secure all the data and all the process around it. So that took time. And once it was done, of course, the versions we were getting available were the poorest versions compared to what is in the market, because the velocity is so big that once we launch our internal, we call it DOTI, our internal ChatGPT, we now make jokes about it because it was kind of a very dumb version of ChatGPT, and of course no one used it because everyone was having access to the personal version of ChatGPT at the time, and Gemini, and then Claude, and we were having this legacy already internal thing, so we killed it. And now also our infrastructure got better, so we can quickly make it available. For example, Claude now is available for almost everyone. Of course, now there is a new challenge, not just for Deloitte, but everyone, which is it's not for free. And we need to teach how to use it, because we don't want, for example, our juniors to be spending hours chatting and spending tokens with the kind of not efficient way. So we want to teach how to use these tools, how to think, how to optimize the level of tokens, for example, that are used, and how to do prompting properly. And I think the main thing we are now investing, and for me, and not just for me, but I think one of the key trends in this area is we are now building skills internally in many areas, and not just for Claude, but for others, which is, we know the knowledge is in our people. So that's always the case. And what we are now doing, investing, is in all areas, in all very specific things that only 10 people know how to do or something like that. We want to make sure we capture that knowledge. And we will need, and we are building now that capacity internally around IP. Because of course, the companies like Deloitte, but not only, or I think all companies, including universities, the real thing will be about IP. Because everything that is shared available publicly will become, again, available for everyone very quickly. So that will not distinguish no one from no one. So the real thing I think companies will become doing is building their own IP, securing it, and using their internal SLMs to generate these use cases. Because if we keep using the open ones, of course we are contributing for their own business model, but they don't pay us, so we pay them. So we need to get money out of this, and to get money out of this, we need to secure our IP. And that's what we are trying to do. Of course, teaching our juniors on how to build a skill, on how to prompt that skill properly. And we are building frameworks internally so everyone can deploy their skills, for example, in a kind of let's say, a shared platform. And if I need a testing skill of a specific tool, and if my team already did that somewhere, the skill should be available. I should be able to get it the same way I can get it from Claude, any kind of skill. But those, everyone have it. I want the skills that only Deloitte has. And that's what clients pay us for. And I think in the future, they will pay for our skills in these kind of tools, not just for our people time. So that's what we are doing. We are training on how to use this, and we are revisiting almost all processes. Because, for example, delivering a software project, we are kind of rethinking how do we do that from scratch, because we cannot keep doing the same way we did last month. So that's what we are doing.
That's okay. Before passing on to Nuno, one or two more about what you just said. First, are you forcing somehow your people to use it? Yes or no? Second, most of us is talking about sort of the juniors and younger ones. My question is more about not so juniors. What you do with the 30s and 40s and 50s about all this. Because juniors, you probably don't have to train them that much because they're already trained. Mm-hmm. They already use it. If you don't know, they use it anyway because they pay by themselves and they're using it. So where I find it more complex to build or to deal with is with the less junior ones.
Well, at Deloitte Portugal, because Deloitte is different in many countries, well, there is no kind of mandatory rule, but we are telling everyone that, well, if you don't use it, I'll be blunt, you are being stupid. Something because is wrong with you. There is no reason why not to use it. So that's the first thing. And for more senior guys, starting on the partners, the message is who doesn't use it also doesn't have space here. So you need to use it. You need to make your teams use it. you need to rethink your services, you cannot keep doing the same. That's the message. So everyone that is blocking don't have space in the organization in the future. I think that's clear for everyone. The middle management is where we face more challenges because they are still in the current world. They are still delivering projects that were sold last year. They don't have AI in their projects. They still need to deliver. They still have their KPIs from last year. So for them, it's quite challenging. So what we are doing is we are kind of pushing for usage, and we are trying to give some additional capacity for larger projects that were not paid originally. So the company is investing also time, kind of free time that they can use to put their projects up to speed. So basically that's what we are doing, is putting some free capacity in their project so they don't have the excuse of I didn't plan for AI, so I don't use it. So that's what we are doing.
So in our case, all Mavcore workers have a Gemini Pro license available for usage. That's curious because unlike other revolutions, on this one particularly, we didn't feel the resistance. We actually have quite a young team, but I was expecting a little more resistance, but no, what we felt was a unruled usage of all AI tools. And we felt what João was saying. Okay, so data is important for us, but that's important for us, okay? And what we found out was that people were not using our Gemini Pro licenses. They were using their personal licenses, and well, our information was all over the place. We are not forcing anyone to use it, but we are encouraging it to. On a again, like I mentioned in my first intervention, with feet on the ground. So don't think that this is going to solve the problem, because it'll only solve what you have to solve. Most of our users, yes, they use it. That's curious. Our main problem is at the mid-level management, yeah, because they are so overwhelmed with the tasks at hand that they don't feel the availability to stop, think, and try to build something that can be useful on the long term. That's also our main issue.
Thank you. I'll ask you now, before we open up to the audience for questions, a final remark, sort of takeaway from what will be your message about the future and what you think will be like the next 2-3 years on these issues. How would you see it? So a final comment regarding the near future before then we open up to the audience.
I can start.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm answering today, I'm probably giving you a different answer than the one I would have given you in 2 or 3 weeks. That's actually hard to answer. I think we will have to level up. Everyone will have to level up, and the basic tasks they will have to be automated, and we will be more on of a well, I didn't want to say managing role, but more on the supervision role. And that shift is going to be hard for some people, because it involves letting go, and we are not prepared for it, and because it requires us to advance into something we don't know, and typically, and that's naturally, we are not comfortable with the unknown. We like to know what we are going to have for dinner, and we like to know what we are going to do after dinner, and we'd like to know what we're going to do tomorrow. And right now that's not the case. So I believe we'll just have to let go a bit and see where this is going. But what I am sure is that basic tasks, those are going to be automated in the next few months. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I really would like to know how to answer this. What do I think? I think that AI and all these new technology is going to be rapidly evolving in the next few months, weeks, and we have to keep up. So I believe that next wave is not going to be about better models, but about consistent and trust adoption, and to have professionals that will play a key role in shaping the industry and to can work efficiently with AI, and companies and universities will have a key role in this part, because in the future, someone that doesn't use AI will be left out, because it is really fast, and if you don't use it to be more productive, you won't be able to keep up.
Thank you.
Well, doing futurology is one step for failure, so it almost fails every time. But the way I see it is, I think AI and technology in general will be there in almost everything, so even more than it was until now. So what I think is all the business areas, in all the areas of our life will have more technology. That will require, I think, still more people, even though I think we will live in a world of disposable software. So things that we build, we use, and we trash it out and build a new one, and I think that's gonna be probably the new reality, which I think will bring other challenges around organization. And I really think the key thing will be about human skills, more than it was the last decade. I think last decade was much more about hard skills, a lot of, we don't need to communicate, we can work remote, we can do our job completely using our tools, we don't need to interact. And I really think this is gonna shift quickly again to, we need to be more on site, together, using our human skills, using authenticity. And when I open LinkedIn nowadays, I see a little bit the future, which is a lot of people writing nothing. And that's very scary, because even smart people are using these tools to write their thinking. And they look like the others. So all that authenticity is disappearing currently. I think it will shift quickly when people start getting pointed out like, yeah, you just said the same that your colleague said. And that's, I think, will be the real game changer. And we, at least at Deloitte, we are telling our people that we always believe that being together on site is the way we learn. That was always our motto, with some flexibility, of course. And that, I think, is going to be the future. Is more human interaction, more skills, more creativity, and less hard skills and programming and Excel and stuff like that. So that's for me going to be the commodity in the next future.
Thank you. I particularly make a bold comment on this last comment, because I think I truly believe on what João has just said. I think what will be the difference will be, as always, will be people, but will be more and more and more and more. As we see, all the tasks that are more repetitive, all tasks that are more technical can be easily replaced. And so I think for the younger part of the people in the room, I think to understand that is very important, because we see, as you said, still many people based on the hard skills, and not understanding that that skills now became commodities, and that I don't need to be a specialist to be a programmer. I don't need to be a specialist in Excel to do fantastic things on Excel. I don't need to be a specialist to build a website. I don't need to be a specialist to run a marketing campaign, etc., 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 etc. And so if that's the case, as you said, and I truly believe on that, people, interaction, presence, creativity, soft skills, understanding very well, those dimensions will be more and more important. So thank you for that comment. It's easier coming from your side than from my side, giving the gap generation here. Thank you. Thanks a lot, all the three. So I think we have now about 10 minutes for questions.
As you could see, we had a QR code for you to ask us questions along the session. We have 3 questions from the audience that I'll be reading, okay? Since most of us will soon enter the job market, how do you recommend we deal with AI? I don't know if anyone wants to start.
Well, first of all, I think you all should know how to use the basic tools of AI, like a ChatGPT and Copilot, whatever, and how it can help you to be more productive. Of course, I believe you already do it in your works and everything, but you shouldn't. But that's the leverage, I think, it's to use it to be more productive. And to be aware that AI will be part of your life and part of your work, and to try to know more how you can use it to do more, because I believe on a daily basis in the with everything that we have to do at our work and every main topics that we have to address, when we are more productive, we stand out.
So, yeah, I totally agree. I think being able to interact with an agent, being able to program and create your own agent, that's going to be basic and a guaranteed thing that you will need to know. On the other hand, most people still use AI and have all these capabilities available, but in the end they use it to write better emails, okay? Don't be that guy. I believe you have to keep your focus and be able to zoom out and to see the big picture and realize what it can really do for you, not just rewrite and summarize. That's not the real value. The real value is way beyond that. And Inés also said that people that are not using AI are going to be falling behind, and that's totally true. But just so you don't fall into the risk of demonizing AI, people will be falling behind not because they don't use AI. They will be falling behind because they are not as productive as those who use it. So my advice is try to stop, stay, and realize what it can really do to leverage what you already know and what you already are good at. I think that's it.
Okay, maybe. I'll ask another question because then we already have 4. So to João. João, how do you think companies are mass adopting AI for secondary tasks, but not as much for the core value generation?
Why?
Yeah, why?
Well, I think the main reason is including AI in the core processes requires the 3 things we already mentioned today, which is data available, curated, and integration. And most of the organizations don't have it. And also, changing core requires confidence. And we are seeing, in many cases, unfortunately, a lot of failures in small projects of AI. The example of the chatbot that we invested a lot and then no one uses, or calling to a call center and people start screaming with the agent saying, I want to talk with a human. And that's happening. So that's the topic is more about fixing first these foundations, as we always say, and don't rush for final solutions without the foundations. So that's, I think, the success.
Since you're speaking, I think this is about what you said during the session. Do you think SMLs are the future? And what about RAG systems or agentic RAG systems that use knowledge bases and specialized searches?
Can you repeat the beginning of the question?
Do you think the SLMs are the future?
Well, I think all those things are the futures. My point of the SLMs is about there will be multiple challenges. One is the cost of AI will be there, and big organizations will have big costs, the same way they have with the cloud. Just to give you a parenthesis, most of the organizations I know have been doing cloud strategies and implementations for the last 6-7 years. And now, when I talk with some of the CIOs and CTOs, not only in Portugal, in other geographies, a lot of them are talking about on-prem again. And on-prem is going to be a new reality again. The same way I said soft skills, we are getting back to many topics, not just because cloud is not for free, but we have climate change, and AI is a big, big problem on climate change. It's not solved yet, how to make the 2 things live together, because water is not free to cool off the data centers, land is not free to build data centers, and people, if everyone uses algorithms freely, of course, this demand will increase in energy, as we just saw in the last couple of weeks, what happens when a war starts about energy. That will also increase the cost. So the challenge about climate change is very linked also to AI usage. So we need to do it more efficiently and in a smarter way. So I think besides all those things, it's more about how to build some hybrid world between the on-prem capabilities, between even using in my own laptop these models instead of using cloud-based services. So deciding the 3 levels when I should use the 3 types of infrastructure. My own laptop, maybe it's enough for most of the AI things I do in my job. Maybe there is another level, which is my company on-prem capabilities that can solve some of the computing problems. And only maybe when I have very large, complex problems, I need cloud data centers that can solve it. So that setup of infrastructure, I think it's part of the solution. That's why engineers still have a lot of work.
Okay, thank you. Now for one of the speakers. What precautions are companies implementing from the point of view of protecting their data, often critical for training their models to avoid data breaches? I know.
Well, I think using enterprise licensing is key, because it's the first barrier you have with data breaches. That's actually very, very hard to address to, because people will still have their personal computers, people will still have their mobile phones, and in the end, you have to accept you will never have full control. The thing I think we can do here is train them and make people see what's at stake and the costs of such breaches. But in the end, I don't think we'll ever have full control, and it's better to realize that now than to live by thinking you do have that control, because you won't. That's my opinion, at least.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to add something?
Well, I think that all the legislation is going to evolve rapidly on this subject too. As we are seeing some laws that are applying to all the part of the use cases that we are developing and all the responsible AI part. On the part of everyone has their free will. Of course, we train people and we aware them what you should and shouldn't do, but it's about free will.
So I didn't submit my question because it was a little bit last time, but João already mentioned a lot that Claude does not pay itself by its own, and also both of the companies that are now leading, or 3 of the companies that are now leading, they are not even IPO'd yet, so some of their costing or pricing is not even accurate to the actual finance cost that they have. How do you see this evolving, and how do you manage this kind of risky situation of adopting Claude, OpenAI, or other type of companies, since their pricing might change in the near future?
Well, I need to be careful what I say about that. So, as you said, until now, the only ones that are really winning and getting money out of these are ships, producers, and data centers. So we just saw until now some of the companies that were condemned to close a couple of years ago when the cloud appeared. For example, Oracle is an example. They just fired 30,000 people globally to invest in AI and data centers. So, and the others are not there yet. And my point is, I think companies, and we advise our clients always in the same way, which is, and that it happened before, locked in to some kind of vendor is always, it's not always a bad decision, but requires scenarios before taking that decision. And if I would advise a client today about building a big investment around setting up all the Claude or Gemini or whatever kind of set of tools, and be very tied to that, I would advise very carefully to do that. I think it's more important, again, data, processes, skills, document, IP, those are the real important infrastructure to use AI. I don't think the tooling, for me, it's going to be the same way you have different pens, or everyone will prefer to use, I prefer Claude Code, I prefer this, I prefer that. I think we will need to give different tools. The tools will keep changing, and I think the real source will be, again, data, processes, IP, and having the skills properly documented. And that's the knowledge of the organizations. About the business model for the others, I will not comment.
Okay, I think that's it. Questions for now. I'm sorry, we won't have time to answer all the questions, but we'll have network sessions, so you can ask to our speakers, and I'm sure they'll be available to answer any more questions you have.
Please just...
Can I just say one thing? Yes. No, it's just an invitation, because we are talking about AI, didn't say at the beginning. In May, there will be the first week of May, there will be, globally Deloitte is going to do AI Fest, and Portugal is one of the firms that has one of the AI institutes of Deloitte for EMEA, and there will be a full week of sessions in different industry sectors about how AI is impacting the different sectors. And the last one, actually, it was supposed to be the Dean of PhilP representing, but it will be one of the vice deans representing the PhilP in the session. It will be a discussion about how universities should change or reshape their masters and degrees to this reality. So if you want to join, it's going to be online, just can search for it.
João just introduced the last key big elephant on the store, that is, what are universities doing about this? And the answer is very scary, very, very scary. I have to say that. Please join me with a round of applause to our speakers for their intervention.
So thank you to Professor Alcibiades, and thank you to João, Inês, and Nuno for sharing your experience and your expertise. No, just 1 second. Before we move on to the next session, we have a small gift as a token of our appreciation. Okay, so we'll have a small gift. Please, another round of applause for our speakers. Thank you. So after this first discussion about AI, we'll move into a more personal perspective, one that comes directly from hands-on experience. Today we have our keynote speaker as Ana Maia, who leads the AI project area at Rangel Logistics. Today she'll share her perspective, her experience, and lessons along the way. But instead of me introducing more, I will let her do that herself. So please, Ana Maia, the stage is yours. A round of applause. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ana Maia. I was a student here at PhilP also in Industrial and Management Engineering. And I'm here representing Rangel Logistics Solutions and talking a little bit about the path that we had in the last years around AI. Okay. So I will focus here 4 points as it was asked for. A little bit of context, what is Rangel Logistics Solutions, what are we doing in the market. I'm the project management officer at the group, and we have a team, and what we do in Rangel, and how we started AI projects. How it has been the AI adoption, a little bit of the history for the last years in Rangel, and present some use cases and some practical examples of what we are implementing. A disclaimer, I know that when we talk about AI, normally we think about generative AI, but I will talk a little bit broader on AI and not only generative AI. So Rangel. Rangel is a Portuguese group with more than 40 years in the market. It was created by the actual owner, Sr. Eduardo Rangel, in the customs broker industry. So it was a very specific service solution inside logistics. After entering the European Union, the group had to reinvent itself and started some other logistics services in international transportation, road, sea, and air freight. And afterwards in contract logistics services. Rangel was also a partner from FedEx in Portugal, which was a very important contract in Portugal and also in other countries when we started our international path, which we started in 2007. One of the main sectors where we work is pharma industry. So we are very strong in logistics and transportation in pharma. And this is also important because also for AI adoption, pharma is a very strict regulated sector, and it also is a sector where we have a lot of data and possibilities to use AI. In the last years, we were mainly focused on the internationalization of the group. So we are now in 9 countries, starting with Portuguese-speaking countries, and now we have also operations in other countries that are face different challenges for our group. When FedEx acquired TNT in Portugal, we lost our GSP contract, so we had to reinvent ourselves again. We still are GSP partners in other countries, but in Portugal we have now a partnership with Correios Express and are shareholders of Correios Express Portugal. So our last mile logistics is done by this company in strict alignment with the Rangel Group. And in the last years, we started focusing in different sectors, so we now have verticals specialized in different kind of sectors. So here you can find a little bit of a sum up. So we have mainly services in customs broker, road, sea, and air freight, express logistics, contract logistics, and a very fancy part that is a special logistics area where we do fairs and events. We have time-critical special transportation. We do the high-tech. We have a self-storage business, which is a very different business for us because it's B2C and not B2B. And also we have the fine arts, special logistics, where we store, manage, transport, and also build specific cases for transportation of paintings and arts. Regarding the industries, we are in almost all industries, being the main or the most important ones, the pharma, automotive, and textile. The other ones are with we have less are less important in our business volume. So nowadays we are 250 people around the world, and we move and manage and store thousands, millions of products, and with thousands of clients in these 9 countries. The size of the operations is normally not direct linked to the size of the countries, because we have our main operation is in Portugal still. Then in Mexico and Brazil we have small operations, very small operations, and we have a very regional operation in Africa with several countries and expecting to grow in the next years. Here are some of the corporate clients where we have logistics in several business units and several types of logistics. So very big brands that you already know here in Portugal and abroad. So entering a little bit in with what does PMO at Rangel. PMO started when I entered the group 5 years ago. So we are responsible for implementing the strategy of the company and the vision of the company in the form of projects. Normally, we manage and lead strategic projects for the company or cross-functional projects. So each of our business unit or company lead their projects. We just lead the projects that are cross-functional for several departments or several business units, or the ones that the company considers strategic and that need a more focused managing team and more integrated with our board. And AI was one of the strategic axes that we identified in the last years after we started some other projects and also with the hype that we felt in the last years. So some years ago, so 4 or 5 years ago when I entered Rangel, one of the things that I noticed and identified, and it was also a challenge for several projects that we had at the time, was data governance. So we had a lot of data in different silos, in different systems, in different companies, managed differently, with different outputs sometimes. So sometimes we had teams discussing the results or some KPIs because they had different data. And we identified the need to start managing it, curating it, cleaning it, aligning on concepts, aligning on what KPIs and how the KPIs are being calculated. So we started some data governance projects, data science projects, and enhancing our business analytics teams with more powerful data, more integrated data. And I'm stating this at the beginning because I think this was very important for starting some of the projects that we started afterwards. And it was also a key factor for AI adoption. And I think a lot of that was being said before, so I'm not going to deep dive on it. And then in 2022, we had an opportunity. We were challenged by a customer, which is a construction company, DST, Domingos Silva Teixeira here from Braga, to enter a consortium and were challenged to build a predictive model for transportation and cost emissions. At the time, what we thought was, okay, we have a lot of data, we have a lot of information, we calculate the costs for now, but the problem that they had was we have to calculate costs for in 1 year, so we have to predict these costs. And we don't have all the know-how that we need for that, so we partnered with Engenharia, and this was a very good opportunity to gain know-how and to foster and to show internally that AI and machine learning can help us on forecasting. And that's not generative AI, the basic models of AI, but I think it's also a very important part of AI that nowadays no one talks about because it's not the hype. And then 2 years afterwards, the Gen AI hype came. And we started to think a little bit about how can we benefit? Which are the use cases in logistics? What we did a lot of benchmarking, a lot of talks with other companies, and we did not see anything specific in logistics giving value. Some POCs, some pilots, but nothing very strong. We started to focus on how can we structure data that is not structured. We have a lot of data that is structured, of course, but logistics still is a business that runs on emails, on contacts, on information, and information for logistics is very important, but for information that is not structured. So we started to build an use case for quote emails. So in the road freight business, we receive a lot of emails asking for quotes with unstructured data that we have to answer fast. So at that time, we had a lot of code requests that we did not have the time to answer. So the objective was, how can we do it faster to answer to more quotes, to answer to more potential customers? And it was not a problem of efficiency or reducing people. It was creating productivity in our teams in order to get faster and doing more. We did a lot of procurement analysis. We talked with a lot of companies. There were a lot of solutions in the market with costs that were not possible for a company of the size of Rangel, and with the margins that logistics has. So logistics is a business of high volume and very low margins. And so we decided to start an internal development for that. We did some tests, and we implemented a crawl, walk, run approach. So we started very small with a very tight MVP in order to see if it works, and then started to implement some use cases and some more information on top. Nowadays, and last year and this year, we are in the dissemination phase. We analyzed the state of the art of the sector, and also across sectors. We found out that in the financial commercial department would be easier to gain traction and to have more beneficial use cases. We did a lot of market evaluation and some AI company solutions. We still do, so we are very open to see what's there in the market, what's being implemented. Some use cases we started 1 or 2 years ago. Now we see there are solutions in the market doing that, doing this exactly the same, but as products. We started on some focused on internal use cases, so gathering what could be possible to be done, what could have some return on investment, doing some business cases. We started some master thesis with people also here from FEUP, focused on AI adoption, on use cases identification, and use cases implementation. And we started a dissemination of know-how and sensibilization phase. And this phase, we understood that AI adoption was not something for creating tools or creating just solutions for our teams. It was also important to have the productivity, the day-to-day business usage of AI. So we started a long path of know-how gathering and know-how giving to the people in order to level up the information about AI and the usage of the AI. So we started with training the leaders and senior and management leaders. Training on what is AI, what are the risks, but very focused on being very structured for the risks, not the anxieties, the risks. Training how we should manage teams with early adopters and with people who would resist to AI. So what should we do internally as leaders with our teams managing AI? And then we passed to a phase, and we are doing this year, which is the training the champions. We identified who should be the champions of AI in the company. And normally the champions are people which are early adopters, or which they see that in their process AI could give value, even if they don't know how to get there, but they see that their process could be enhanced. And training the champions, and afterwards we are going to do a training for the whole company. Everyone is going to have training in AI. We established also an AI community, which is with all these people talking about AI, and also after the training where they start to create some use cases and some agents to help themselves, to have a space where they can show these use cases for the others and to share lessons learned. For example, I did an AI agent to help me on that, and this worked well, this worked not well. I need help because I started to use this tool. Anyone in the company knows how to use this tool. So creating this dynamic around the usage and around the technology, around also the fears and talking about them. something that we want that people get out of them is to talk about this AI usage. And also very important, creating a policy for ethical and responsible usage of AI. We enhanced our information security policy and linked it also to AI. There were a lot of questions of people that had to be answered through a policy. Can I record a meeting with Otter AI from a partner? Partner enters the meeting and starts Otter AI. What do I do? Do I accept? Or why should I not accept? Because it's important that they know why they should not accept and which are the tools that we should use in the company, which are the tools that are forbidden to use, how should I treat information, which information can I put in my Copilot AI paid license from the company? Not everything. So it has to be very well identified in order to help the people also so that they don't have, first, the ones that have fear have less fear, and the ones that are early adopters don't do anything wrong and put our information in jeopardize. It's not only our information. We have a lot of our customers' information. So this is very important that we protect our customers' information. So now about use cases. I picked up some use cases here to present. It's not a broad example of use cases, but just use cases that could identify different kind of tools or needs, and that could be replicable to other processes. So before entering the use cases, so we in the PMO team, we identify all the use cases that are that we have in the company, being developed or led by us or not, or being identified by the key users. So we monitor everything now because it's important that we monitor also the adoption. In our policy, it is also identified that all the solutions that are developed internally, developed by the key users or by our IT teams, but we have also some solutions developed by the key users, they all are identified in our enterprise architecture, so that they are managed, controlled. They are also identified, we identify the risk of them, the type of solution that we use or GPT that we use, the costs that we have with that, because we have to manage the future of them if we start using it massively, how it will impact our sustainability in the future. So the use cases are identified by users, key users, by our team, by the information systems team. They are characterized and typified, where they act in operational automation, commercial automation, administrative automation, and analytics or forecasting. And they are also identified by the return on investment that they manage. They are identified by the risk metrics evaluation that our policy promotes. And they are governed or just, or also developed by our information systems teams. But the ones that are not developed by our information teams, they are governed. So we have to know everything that is being developed internally in the company. So I will enter here a little bit in detail these R2U tech models that we did with Engenharia. So this is an use case of forecasting or machine learning implementation. We developed 2 predictive models. What was the problem that we had to address? So the construction companies are starting to have more and more modular construction. Modular construction is a different type of construction where you don't build on site, you produce it in a production site, and then you assemble it on site. So when you assemble the modules on site, you have to transport them from the production unit to the site. And normally, it's a very complex transport to handle. They are big modules, they have a lot of weight, and not all the transport modes are possible to use in this transportation. So the objective was to understand when we are in a design phase, when the architects are starting to design the modules, to understand the whole life cycle of the module. So when they have, for example, for a university building, they build modules of a kitchen. So it's a kitchen that is produced, every component of the kitchen is produced in a production site. They want to know which will be the costs of the production and of the transportation of this module, and also the CO2 emissions, in order to decide if the size of the module has to be adjusted in a design phase, not after the production, not after having the module and saying, oops, we have to have a very special transport that costs a lot for transportation this module. So that's why it's important to have a model to predict the costs and the CO2 emissions in the long run. So they are designing now, they are going to produce in 6 months or 1 year, they are going to transport them in 1.5 years or 2 years. So 2 models were developed, one for the transportation costs, for 2 modes of transport, road and sea, and a forecast of CO2 emissions for the modules. What we, some lessons learned. So we had models for inbound logistics and outbound logistics. For inbound logistics, we had a lot of data, so the first model worked perfectly. For outbound logistics, it did not work perfectly, so we used some different models to transfer learning from one model to another. And also, the results in the maritime transport were not very good. So the prices of the maritime transport is has several fluctuations and several impacts from the market that we could not, in this time, put in a model. So that's something that we will try to get better in the future. But for the road transport, we had very good results. And with these models and this introduction of AI, we started to show our teams that AI could help us on calculation, for calculation that we could not do by ourselves or by just the experience of the people. And I think this was important for these teams because it was the road freight team, the first team to say, we want to test generative AI in our processes. So I think this was very important for them to have some confidence on the technology. Even not being the same, exactly the same technology, but AI is AI for a lot of people. Another use case was the extraction of data from emails. So we have, as I said, in the logistics business, a lot of email interaction with our customers. The customers love to chat with us by email. They don't like to use portals. So that's something that we have for some customers, but the big customers use portals. The big customers integrate information with us directly, the systems, but the small customers, they love to use email and WhatsApp. So we started a different approach. So we had a portal, and the adoption was not very good. So we said, okay, then if it's email, we have to extract information from the emails. So we started to do some pilots extracting unstructured data from an email asking for a quote. So the point of origin, the point of destination, the cubic meters, the number, the name of the company, and trying to structure it. It had very good results. And our commercial team started to say, okay, this is very good for us because we are going to have less time copying and pasting. So it was a very, very good way to show how the technology could help them. So as it was successful, we started our internal developments for an MVP, and now we are already having more and more capabilities on top. I think the key success factors was what is being built is an AI agent. It's an agent that can do it alone by themselves after learning, can do the whole process. But this was managed as technology helping people and not technology to override people's processes. So they had like a co-pilot or like someone there to help them doing the tasks that they don't want to do. It was also very important, the validation of the data. And this validation was done by the team. The commercial guy that normally does this process did the validation of the data, and not a central team trying to put the model to learn and to create this process. Because if we gave them something very mature, they would say, okay, but I found one error. And the objective was they would say when the AI agent would be ready to work by themselves. We still have, in a lot of processes, a human in the loop. And a human in the loop is a very good practice because we have to control that the AI is helping us and not giving us wrong information. When we start to automatize some of the processes, we start to have auditing on top of that. So I think a lot of people, when show use cases or show solutions, they forget auditing. In a normal process, doing by humans, we put auditing on top. In an automation process, we have to put auditing on top also. I think this is very important. Another use case is the extraction of data from documents. This was a small use case because we have a lot of documents that already have OCR technology to extract information from them. But this was used to interpret better the data that was extracted by the OCR. The OCR is very strict, is very rigid, and to get on top of that better accuracy and better information, we've put an LLM working on it. It was an AI agent developed by the key user of the process on his own, and then it was given information for our IT department to govern it and to help scale it for the whole company. So I think this central governance of the use cases is also very important to implement and to guarantee that it's very important that people have the opportunity to develop their own solutions. Nowadays, coding is for all, everyone can code, but the governance of those solutions is also very important to have it internally. Okay, and that's it for my presentation. I would have the possibility to questions. Pass mesmo? Okay.
So you have So thank you again. If someone has any questions that would like to say out loud, you can, or you can use the QR code. Okay.
I make a question. I think that Angela approaches it in a very methodical way already, right? And with the AI community, tries also to emphasize and motivate people to do these processes. How do you find that maybe having such a structured adoption might not help exactly like motivating? How is it balancing the AI community and also a very structured methodology to bring AI use cases to the company?
I think it fosters AI adoption because logistics is a very high-paced reality. People are normally under a lot of stress. So pausing, thinking, and trying new approaches is something that is not normal in a day-to-day life. So we have to create spaces and create opportunities for people to think about it and structure use cases and think how AI can help them. I was in some of the trainings, and when after showing what is AI, after showing a lot of solutions and asking the people, how do you see that this technology can help you in a day-to-day life? The first impact is, I don't see. So they have to be forced to think about that. And it's also important, and this is because we believe that it's very important that this comes from all the users and all the teams. If we say that we are going to use AI to deliver solutions or to create solutions, okay, it will be one more solution. But it won't be embedded in the reality, in the day-to-day life. They will not explore. So we have to force the organization to explore.
Following up also, you talked about, I would say, what can be considered domain expertise. When you mentioned that you actually talked to your sales department to help develop the tool. So in the previous roundtable, we talked about how the juniors will maybe be substituted because usually they start by doing more day-to-day tasks or more redundant tasks.
It was not that what was said. Not substituted.
No. I'm talking about the previous
Yes, yes, even in the previous. What I understood is that they are not going to be substituted. They are going not to do some tasks that they did in the past.
Yeah, but how do you see the, I believe in that, how do you see this handover to both the domain expertise to AI and also to the next generations augmented by AI? So how do you see this handover? Because in the past you trained new juniors to become more experts in doing the task and then moving up in the company. How do you see this handover of this expertise being to actually the juniors augmented by AI? Do you see?
The work then augmented by AI can be, it's easier to train the workforce, train the people. It's also a little bit like the path that we did in the past when we had no systems to help people and they have everything on paper, and now they have systems or platforms where they have the information. And with this, everyone said, okay, now when a new people comes in, it's easier to learn because information is there. And the next step of having more automation and AI helping also on knowledge-based solutions can help juniors also to learn faster. One thing that we started to do is to do some chatbots on, for example, the policy that we defined for AI, the responsible and ethical usage of AI, was followed by a chatbot for helping people how to use AI. So now they don't have to read the policy. They can ask questions. They can read the policy, but they can ask questions about it. Okay, if I have this use case, or if I have this information from the customer, can I put it here or not? So they can, it's easier to pass information, it's easier to train and to integrate people.
Okay. So we have another question from here. Are these AI initiatives and tools fragmented and contextual, or are they somehow aligned in a global strategic approach?
So we started fragmentedly. So use cases in different areas. We wanted to see also where were the areas or departments where we could have more return on investment, more adoption. And now we are defining a strategy, of course. We are defining the areas where we want to invest more, even if we have use cases from different areas, and we will welcome them, and every use case will be welcomed. But we are defining which are the areas where we will force more, because we see as an overall strategic alignment with the company that we need to evolve more on those areas, or that we see that the areas are where we have more return on investment.
Okay, I believe we have just one more question.
Hi. Do you feel that AI could create barriers or difficulties in developing innovative solutions for the logistics sector, and if it could jeopardize the provision of services?
No, I don't see. AI is helping us on different processes and creation of and also creation of new services. So, for example, when you create a new service, you have to investigate a lot, and investigation is something that is easier when you can investigate faster and with broader sources. So it won't be a barrier. It will be helping in some areas more and some areas less.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you very much
Thank you.
For your participation. We have again a small gift for you. Okay, and now it is time for a well-deserved pause. As we talk about the power of technology and AI is also important to power ourselves. So we have a small coffee break for you to share ideas, to relax and to energize with some coffee. We'll see you back here to the next session at 4:45. Okay, see you soon. So, welcome back. Our second roundtable today will explore how customer experience is designed, delivered, and scaled in today's digital world. Customer experience is no longer just a support function, it has become a core driver of value, differentiation, and long-term relationship, or so I hope we'll hear more about next. But designing great experience today is not simple. It requires balancing technology and human interaction, personalizations, and scalability. This roundtable will explore exactly that, and joining us today we have Filipa Carneiro, e-commerce and digital manager at Klaus Porto, Tiago Pinho, head of product at Blip, and Jorge Ferreira, head of platform and engineering from Cesg. So it is also my pleasure to welcome our moderator, Professor Isabel Horta, executive board member of Engenharia, and again, please welcome the stage and a round of applause. Thank you, Professor. Now it's with you. Okay.
Hello. No? Hello. Are you hearing? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Hello. It's a pleasure to be here and talk with such a relevant and interesting theme today. So thank you all for coming. Thank for my panelists as well. Right now we are living in a moment where customer experience is facing a disruption. We see different perspectives here. In one hand, we observe that the concept is increasing and is evolving along the time, and companies that are truly customer and customer-centric are gaining sustainable growth, such as Netflix and Amazon. We also see that customers are changing a lot their habits, more demanding customers, more critical, more empowered customers and informed. And we also see that customers right now have the contact to all brands in any time and in all devices. In addition, we can see that technology right now is evolving very quickly, and as we saw and discussed in the previous panel, and we see that technology right now are changing a lot the way we interact with customers. And right now I think that customer experience is very significantly affected with new technology in the way that are more digital, are indeed more real-time, more intelligent, and it is much more difficult to delight our customers. So I think that right now we have here the topic, and the key topic, that is how companies can design, implement customer experience in such a challenge context. So I will like to start with Filipa. So what do you think about customer experience? So in my question is a little bit more tricky, because what do you think? Customer experience is evolving, or you see like customer experience more focused on customer service right now? Do you think that it's a thing that is integrated in the company as a whole, where it ends, where it starts?
Hello, good afternoon. So this question is very interesting because of two contexts for me personally. So first, I was a Cesg student, so I really know what service is, and service design is everything. So I can't design a service without looking in a holistic way to the customer experience, the customer journey. So for me, even from the start, when I started to work, service was always experience as a whole. And then the second interesting point is I work for a luxury brand, and luxury is service, because of course you have the product. The product has to be good and have quality, but you have to think even in the traditional marketing, the marketing mix, you have to think how to integrate experience in everything that you do, in the product, in the manufacturing, in the package, then the price. it would be strange if the price point didn't like translate to transmit the luxury of the products. And then even in the promotion, the tone that you use, the channels that you use, and the distribution itself, it's very important. Then we are talking about a different panel about the experience in the store and the online channel. How curated are your distributors when you're talking about B2B? And so, yeah, for me, service shouldn't be like customer support or like a particular service to the customer. Service is experience. For me, it's the same. I think I answered the question, right? Okay.
It's me.
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon. Great to be back. I'm from the 29 class, so 70 years later, here I am again. Honors me the invitation, so thank you very much for that. Going to the point, I think that customer experience is actually the business itself. I like the definition that tells that customer experience is what your customer remembers after the relationship with your product or service. And basically, that's a big connotation. So it starts right at the acquisition part. So basically, what drives your customers to choose your company over others. And today we spoke a lot about commodities, and basically in a B2C environment, in a digital environment with AI, so this is becoming, most of the industries are becoming commodities because the barriers for entrance are quite low today. So back to my point, what does differentiate your offering? So you convince your customers to choose you over the others. It's purely simple, the fine refinement of the experiences that you have to offer. Then once they are in, you have the conversion. How do you convince them to actually spend their money with you? And that's all about experience again. It's about fun, it's about speed, reliability, trust. And then how do you retain them? And retention is pretty much good customer experience over the time. So a bit of background from me. I work for Blip. As you guys know, most of you guys should know because Blip is a quite old company in the Portuguese market now. So Blip manages a few betting houses across the world. I'm working now for a Brazilian bookmaker, like the Brazilian Placar or the Brazilian BetClick or Bwin. And do you have any idea how much it costs us to acquire a new customer? Does anyone have a guess? How much does it cost for the company to acquire a new customer? A new customer costs around $500 to be acquired. And the average revenue per customer is roughly 20 euros a month. Which means that if the customer loses all of their bets every month, it will take almost 2 years to pay back the investment. That's why retention is so important. And then retention is about experience again. It's the way that you can become relevant over time, and that's why you should evolve and why you should have like the customer experience at the core of your business. Bearing in mind just one last thing. A bad experience is worth many good experiences, and it's so easy to churn and go to the competitor that in a digital B2C, you have absolutely no room to fail in the customer experience because your customers will leave you.
Jorge?
Hello, everyone. I'm also an alumni, basically from a sibling product of Cesg, Industrial Engineering and Management, and thank you for the invitation. It's hard to be the last one, but I think I can touch in some points that my colleagues refer. So basically, I like a framework that is called jobs to be done. Basically, it says that the customers don't buy the product, they hire your product for some need that they have. We were talking about retention and whether it's a service or a physical product. Let me talk about iPhone, for example. People keep buying the next one for some reason. It's because they like the experience they get. And on my reality, I work for Maersk. You probably know for the containers you see around. I'm not working exactly on that container business. I'm working at e-commerce, which is small parcels you receive at your doorstep. Basically, the customer experience gets really complicated because we don't only work with the merchant. Let me tell you some customers we have. Nike is one of our customers, Amazon is another of our customers, and we are delivering basically their packages to your homes. We need to take care about the experience we provide to those customers. Basically, to the point of onboarding, we really care about onboarding because it's a way for us also to acquire more revenue. As faster the onboarding is, more likely the customer drives more volume to us because these companies are basically saying, oh, I trust this logistic provider, let me give more volume to them. And they have that power. So as better our onboarding is, basically we anticipate revenue because we onboard earlier, but we also gain trust and they give more volume to us. So on the onboarding is really important for us to have that. But then retention, because it's not 500 euros or dollars for us to acquire a customer, is much more. And basically, shipping a couple of parcels a month doesn't pay out. And retaining the customer has several drivers. We probably might touch that at a later phase. But it's basically quality of service. It's basically visibility we give. So we have many things that we need to provide to our customers and to the customers of our customers that really require us to basically do our research, be in contact with the customer, and basically take care of the experience they have. Because at the end of the day, if we don't have the good cost or if we don't have a good experience, they will leave Maersk and they will ship with someone else.
So, because you talked about like retention of the customers, and Jorge as well talked about like the onboarding, I would like to know if you have in your companies indeed implemented a full customer journey with the identification of all the phases like the onboarding, the development phase, retention phase. How can we integrate, how you integrate in your companies all the touch points and channels that you have? So you have a solid strategy and implement it in this kind of way. Can you share with us your experience?
Who starts?
You can start. Yeah,
Okay.
it could be you because you are talking about that. So
okay, yeah. So we indeed we map all the experience. Actually, we have some terms we call basically lead to agreement. That's the first phase. Then we basically call order to cash, which is the moment we basically have the first order shipping with us. And then we call another one that I don't recall the name, but it's basically after we bill the customer, the moment we get the money back. And billing in our case is also important because in beds, I don't know if you have a lot, but in logistics, you have a lot of disputes. So I don't know if you know, but logistics is probably one of the worst NPS industries that you have. No one likes their logistics provider. They just want to squeeze the costs, the price. And they focus on the 3% exceptions you have, and they don't focus on the 97% delivery success you have. So it's really difficult. And I think our efforts as a product team, as an engineering team, we focus our effort, I would say, 80% on these 3% of exceptions and the 20% on improving the day-to-day on where we don't have a problem. But yeah, we map that, all of those steps. And basically, our user experience is quite difficult because we are not a fully native digital product. So I can just summarize it. I'll take the onboarding. It's basically where they integrate with our APIs and whatsoever. But then, basically, you have all the physical steps of fulfilling a parcel. And you have an API call, they get a label. Where they get a label, we need to study that, because if they have conveyor belts, possibly we need to be really fast to give the label. Otherwise, they will not work with us. Then the label gets scanned, they want tracking events, we receive the parcels into our sort centers, we have basically software to deal with that. That software is kind of, the user journey is not simple because something happens here, something happens there. So we need to map all the process and be close to operations. Obviously, this is not done by one person. So we have domain owners, basically someone owns a piece of the journey, of course. But a failure in some part of the process might jeopardize the full experience because SLA is mostly like, if you don't receive your parcel at time, you will complain to the brand will complain to us. So we need to make sure that all those steps are taken care with the best experience possible, and not just for the merchant, but also for the people who is buying out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we map the customer journey as well. Thank God it's much simpler than in logistics, and it's full digital, which makes things a bit easier to fully map. But you guys can tell, most of you probably have an account in a betting company, so we map the whole journey from the moment that the customer just registers, does the document verification, deposit their money, then start the betting journey, finding what to bet on, placing the bets, tracking if their bets are winning or losing, and then withdrawing the cash. We map this out, so the journey is the same, but we offer it across 3 platforms, so desktop, mobile, and native apps. We should be aware that the customer uses different channels for different purposes. So we can't measure each one of these steps equally because it's going to be unfair. So customers use much more desktop to build complex bets because it's much easier to check the statistics and the relevant information. While, for instance, to track how the bets are going, customers use their mobile phones because it's just winning or losing. It's much handy, and they are watching the game, monitoring it in sync. So essentially what we do is, after this journey is mapped across all the channels, we have a funnel for each one of these micro journeys. So we want exactly to know which the customer started the onboarding journey, which ones went through the account creation, which ones, how many of those went through the deposit, how many of those actually start looking for a bet, up until the ones that we managed to convert and to retain. And that funnel view is very, very powerful because it clearly highlights exactly where you are losing your customers. So it's basically a checkpoint where you should focus your attention.
Right, and you touched a lot of points that I want to. So, but to give you some context, I'm mainly responsible for Cloudsport e-commerce, our online store. But recently, I also started a project with our CRM. We have 3 physical stores in Portugal, like own stores, and then we have a lot of stores from the different partners. But that was needed because of the omni-channel journeys that we had. But focusing only on the e-commerce, it's like Tiago said, so it's digital, so it should be easier. And our journey starts normally when you do the prospection of customers, and for us at this time is only on social media. So we have investment, so we can get to new customers based on the tracking of the current base. We are able, it's not so recent, we are able to capture what customers have the same profile, so we start by there. And our main goal is to get them to our website, and then we have every heat map, we have tracking of everything, so it's easier in digital. So in there we are good right now. Then in the physical store, it's a more recent project, and we are able to do that now. So you can have like some idea. We up until like last year, we weren't even able to know what purchases for a repeated customer were. So he went to the store, he did some purchase, and we weren't able to allocate to the system. We didn't know. We didn't know about first purchase only. We didn't know about next one. So it was a very classic system in very much needed to be updated. But in digital, I agree.
They are not connected.
If
the customer goes to the store,
yeah, so it was an old project.
Digital, you don't know is the same customer.
Yeah, we didn't know it was the same customer. It was not omnichannel at all. So it was a big challenge in a very traditional company. We are over 130 years old, a very old company. The monarchy used to use our soap, so very old. But we are getting there in the
It's
physical
like in
channel.
our strategy right now to mix these two worlds.
Yeah, to mix, because the online, the e-commerce store is like 10 years old, and it started like with the right criteria, and the tracking, everything was okay. But then when you had like your digital world, and then physical world was completely like outside, and that's not up to the best practice nowadays. So that's my main project or challenge right now. Yeah.
So going from the concept that we are talking about to the execution in detail. So if you would like to enumerate what are the most disruptive initiatives that you implemented in your companies, taking into account to improve the customer experience. And I'm talking about like something that you could implement in a more process or customer journey phase, or even in terms of the technology perspective, like as we are talking about chatbot, generative AI interfaces based on this kind of technology, or something more related with data that come from the customer in a data perspective, like some machine learning or predictive analytics that you have implemented. Can you, I don't know, the top 2-3 initiatives that you think that are really amazing from the customer perspective?
For me, it's an easy answer because I just referred to that one. For me, it was about like the omni-channel processes, and then even within digital, I was saying we have the fully mapped digital experience, but we are missing some innovation regarding the way that we deal or customize the digital marketing with the customer. So every customer had same like digital interaction with us. And so with this project, we were able to gather the data and do the basic segmentation for the customer. And so we are now creating personal or customer journeys for all of these customers, not only the digital, but then the physical as well, because they now enter the same database. And in my context, in this company, that's still the most disruptive thing that I could do with the current context. More regarding to this CRM project.
But are you also treating this kind of data in terms of analytics?
But I have to say the biggest challenge was we talked about that the data governance. That's the biggest challenge because we have the different separated silos of information. So that took much longer than expected. It was like almost a year just to be able to have the same kind of data from different journeys to be gathered in the same place with same rules, the same metrics. So now we can start to use that data and go further with the process. We are still in the beginning. It's a long process.
Tiago.
Okay. So in terms of innovation, how do we improve the customer experience? I have to talk about AI. It's unavoidable. And basically, we have been implementing AI across all of our value chain. So for instance, we use AI today to consume, parse, and gather insight of our voice of the customer touch points. So we have loads of information about our customers, what they tell to the customer support, what the VIP users tell to the K account managers, what they tell about us in the social media, what they tell about us about the disputes they file on the Brazilian Portal da Queixa equivalent. That's Reclama Aqui. Yeah, so we generate loads of information. So we have now AI gathering all of that so we can extract some insights, and then we pick that insight and we charge some models, we load some models with the company OKRs. So we found a way of giving LLMs our key results that we want to achieve and the opportunities that we get from what our customers are telling us. So we run ideation and discovery with the LLMs. And obviously, in the end, it's going to be a product manager that will decide what's going through or not. But the speed of this discovery was massively increased. And yet, on the other side of our value creation, we are prototyping really, really fast. So a while ago, to build a prototype of a new feature for a customer would take several weeks, if not months, because it would entail a specification, allocation from the design team, and then allocation from the development team, time to run it through the customers in lab, etc. Today, we can do it in a 24-hour cycle, because we go to a Gen AI tool like Lovable Claude Design, for instance, which is quite new. We upload our design systems, so even the look and feel of the prototype, it's pretty aligned with our own product, and basically we put it in front of customers with several limitations, but we can do the proof of concept in 24 hours. It's game changing.
All right, so on my side, I mean, it's difficult to pick one because after the acquisition...
You can pick more than one.
But we basically build the products from scratch. So I'm there since the beginning, so we build even the smallest things. But I probably can divide this into 3 different areas, because the one you will relate the most is basically the B2C part of our business, so how we interact with the purchasers of our customers. Basically, initially, we didn't have our tracking on Maersk.com. And one of the big initiatives we had, because Maersk is mostly a shipping company, is now if you go to Maersk.com, you go there. If you are receiving a parcel from Maersk, you can track your shipment there. And our reality is a bit difficult to bring that, because we have another context. We don't have the vans that deliver to your homes. We use basically partner carriers, but we do all the way until the injection of the partner carriers. So imagine you are shipping from, I don't know, Netherlands, and you want to ship here to Faculdade de Engenharia. Basically, we would use CTT to do the delivery, but we inject from the Netherlands, so we have trucks that use our network and inject in CTT to do the delivery. And that experience, providing a uniform tracking, it's something really, really difficult, because not only you need to integrate with all the carriers to get their events of tracking, they have different events. So talking about AI, we used an AI agent to basically translate their tracking events. But then on our facilities, we needed the milestones, and we didn't have that infrastructure. So we needed to create, and that's the second part I would talk, to provide this customer experience to the consumer, we needed to create an internal tool that is basically our sorting tool, where we scan the parcels. And to do that, we needed to focus on the experience of the operator, because sometimes we just tend to think on the experience of the end customer, but internal teams also need a good experience. In our case, they need to be really, really productive, otherwise it's cost on our pockets, right? So we focus on their experience. They have handheld devices. We had other options. Should we use desktop? So on the physical world, we needed to take decisions, and we studied the options we have on the table. And basically, that project touched several points. And nowadays, going to Tiago's point, I'm also working on the developer productivity area and basically product productivity. And we are implementing all those tools that are also fast-tracking the developer experience. So not only our internal teams, as in what we call business, but also our teams. So we are kind of touching the 3 vectors of experience: the end consumer, our customer, our internal teams, and also our developer product development teams.
George, just for you, because I really have a question that is, what is your mindset in Maersk? Because you are like one of the most famous companies in the world in terms of operational efficiency. How can we fill the gap between thinking the customer and like the customer experience and the focus that we have internally? So how can we have these two worlds in one company?
So you basically mean how you have the most efficient operation without jeopardizing the experience and sometimes some weird customizations that our customers want, right? Yeah, it's a difficult gamble. Mainly because when we approach a customer, they have their own internal processes, and it's kind of different from B2C because I install your betting app, I don't know the name, but I install it and I'll just use what it gives to me. But when you talk about B2B agreements, usually they come with weird stuff. For example, I was telling you this, but now Mercado Libre, which is also a LATAM customer, they want to work with us, but they don't want us to generate the final mile labels. So they basically want to have themselves generating the labels, but we do all the journey till, let's say, Argentina from US. But all the rest of the steps we manage. And it's kind of difficult to decide. Sometimes we say no to customers when it gets too deviated from our product. But the reality is that as we mature as a company, we are, as a product, because our product only has 4 years now, so we have 100 years, but e-commerce is quite recent. We are taking the approach to have what we call our core system, and then making sure that the system is built in a smart way, and our teams as well to support it, so that we can have the adaptations around, okay? And I think that will become more part of our strategy now that is shipped to develop code, because until now it was more difficult. So for you to say yes, it needed to compensate financially. Now that you can adapt easily with agentic programming tools or whatever, and our business says, okay, I can tackle it, we will say yes more times. But sometimes you say no because it's too deviated from your core experience. Sometimes you say yes because it is financial compensation, and you can open a new product variation, because they talked about personas, right? We also have our personas, and they are quite different. We just need to do our market research to understand, is this weird, really weird, or is this, there is a market underneath this, and we can take the opportunity to then sell this to other customers, and that's the mindset we kind of have.
So just to think about the journey, because you already started this journey, what is the hardest part in doing this? What are the major difficulties that you feel in your companies to improve and put like the customer in the heart of your companies? Yeah.
Yeah. So in my company, well, not actually just mine. I experienced this throughout my career. Is that the hardest part is to change the mindset, because people and companies go after hypes. And when I started my career, Scrum and Agile were the hype. And basically, out of the sudden, everybody became super Agile. So yes, how are you doing Agile? So I'm doing it waterfall, but in sprints. Nice. Then we are all data-driven. Let's be data-driven. Yeah, good. What metrics do you track? Revenue. Great. Great metric to track. And now we are in the customer-centric world. And how are most of the companies customer-centric? Let's do what I think is the best for the customer. Right? You see the point. So this is exactly what I think that is the most difficult, is the principles are good, but we need to overpass what we call the IPOs, being IPOs the highest paid person's opinion, not the animal, exactly. And basically, we need to get to the point that everybody in the organization is at peace, that who's in charge is irrelevant when coming to make decisions for the customer. So we need the data to drive those conversations. And the data, we just collect it from the customers, directly with the customers. So I think when a conversation starts with, I think this is better for the customer, there's no absolute point on keep going on that conversation. Let's ask the customer. Let's look to our product analytics and double check that information. So I think the customers are taking too long to place a bet. Okay, let's look to the funnel. Where they spend the most of their time on. We have that. We have Google Tag Management. We can have that information. Yes, they are spending too long in the homepage. Right, why is that? Let's ask them. Let's ask our personas. Why are you spending so much? Because the information is not accessible. Cool, let's prioritize that. But this is information driving the backlog, not gut feeling, not the IPOs. This is a challenge, in my opinion.
What kind of data you collect right now, in terms of the voice of the customer data?
Much data. So basically, we collect data, qualitative and quantitative data. Quantitative, I can tell that we track everything that the customer does within our product. So every click, every time that the customer spends in a given view, we have that information. And then we run also a few qualitative surveys. So basically, we track NPS, of course, but NPS gives a good grasp if we are doing well or not, but doesn't give you the details. So then we run what we call the CSAT survey. CSAT stands for customer satisfaction, where you can tailor basically the questions of a survey after a given action that the customer performs on site. So let's say that you access Amazon. After you browse a few categories, there is a prompt asking you, how are you finding the browsing journey? And you can rate it. So basically, you can tunnel a bit more your research. And then we have a team of user researchers that get together with the customers in a monthly basis from different cohorts. And basically, we do ad hoc exploratory analysis with them in the lab.
Jorge, I think that you have the same problem, or in terms of mindset, and you start a new business in Maersk. So I would like to hear from you what is your experience in the path.
Yeah, I think the
biggest
the biggest pain, probably I would say different than Tiago, because I think we lack data, to be honest. Also, our business is quite recent. We have a lot of data in terms of transactional data. It's like, okay, we are giving a label to our customers, how much does it take? And for them, this is important as well. But then we lack data about our operations, because then you have many steps and what's happening there. So one way that we have to basically fill that gap is to do Gambas. So we have our product managers going to operations to understand what's going on there, because many things you cannot capture to like the scans that they are doing. As an example, we had 2 flows, and talking about experience, to process parcels in reverse logistics, because we also do reverse logistics. We have 2 reasons to do reverse logistics. One is when you are delivering a parcel back to your merchant, and the other one is when you don't answer the door, so the carrier will retrieve the parcel back to us. And for financial reasons, part of the experience is different on those flows. Like we need to capture weights in some part, details, but we have a lot of them. And the rest should be the same. But the way we, on our office, we designed the process didn't reflect that reality. So we had basically our operation doing extra steps on the app to basically scan those parcels when they should be the same, they should go to the same place. So Gambas are really important on our case to see what's going on the operations. We have weekly calls with the ops managers also to get that data from them, because as many metrics you want to imagine, like there will be exceptions that you cannot capture by a number, and that's like what our research calls with the warehouses do. So basically that's one thing. The other is surveys with the merchants as well. We do them. More than 30% of the reasons why we don't win a customer is due to price. Okay, so that was one of the feedbacks. Then almost another third is because of lacking features, as in proof of delivery. If you sign, so we are still incumbent. We are still lifting our product to market parity. So we have a lot of things to do, and that's what our research gives to us. But as a new business starts, and this seems strange because we are Maersk, in our case, I think data is the biggest challenge for us to take meaningful decisions on our roadmap, and that's what we try to do with surveys, having our system with data, of course, and data collectors and inputs, but basically also going to talk with the customers and talk with our internal teams that we are also building products for.
I would like to hear from you because we have very young people in the audience, and some of the challenge maybe in the companies that they will integrate is like to start the path of having the customer in the center of the company. So what is your biggest advice to these people that are in the audience to start?
I think the biggest challenge is first to be sure to it's like a cycle, to be sure to map the journey, and you get the main or critical touch points, and then let's imagine you are lucky and you start getting the data from these touch points of the journey. Okay, that's where I am right now. But then difficulty is to get companies and different teams to really analyze the data. Make improvements or changes based on this data, and then go back, map again. Depending on the experience, you don't have to, the journey doesn't change so easily, but get these different touch points and starting this cycle. Because going back to the other question about the pains, for me is I'm in my team, you use data to improve the customer experience in the digital experience, the online store every day. We are very aware where the churn points are, for example, but then it's difficult to gather this data and convince other opinion makers, for example, for new product development, to use the same data. And sometimes when it gets to me, the criteria was, I think, and it's I have the data here, so it's different. It's difficult to change the mindset. I have the data, but the people who work in the company are not used to have the data. So I have to convince them that the data is here, please use it. Sorry, what was the question again? No, this was before. And, yeah, the advice I gave, yeah, that's the biggest advice is to use the data, not only track the data, because that's my main challenge right now. But that should be the biggest, advice.
Tiago?
My answer will be pretty much cliche, but I will give it a twist. So the thing is, speak with the customers. Speak with them. And why is this important? Probably this is out of every book. So in my business, we are a betting company. Do you think that the customers react in the same way when they just lost a bet or when they won a bet? It's completely different. The product is the same, but it's completely different. It's a completely different journey, experience. Do you think they interact with the customer support in the same way when they just won or when they just lost a bet? It's nonsense how different the experience can be perceived given just a single product. So my advice is sit next to the customers, watch them playing with your product, because emotions, more than ever, matter a lot. So in this kind of businesses, where we have just a tiny proportion of time to convince the customer to make the transaction with you, because the customer opens the site, www.betfair.com. They check, if in 5 seconds they don't find what they are looking for, they churn, they just move away. That's the challenge of digital, right? Everything is so convenient, so fast. So you really need to understand how they interact with your product, but watch it, speak with them. And then one last advice is provide them feedback so they know their feedback is being taken in consideration. For instance, we have direct WhatsApp lines with our VIP customers, so the customers that lose a lot of money for us. Thank God there are a few. And the point is, every time one of those customers complain about something and we just come back to them and say, well, the problem that you just reported was fixed. You can't imagine how the relationship gets stronger after this dispute is solved. And we have over 1 million customers, for instance. So, but for those core, or for those that are representative of the population, treat them closely. It's my biggest advice.
Charles?
Yep, I mean, I can subscribe everything that the other colleagues said, but probably what I would say to make it different is to fall in love with the problem you are solving and get in the weeds, like go for the details, understand your product, because the people most useful I find in my organization is the one that really understands exactly what's going on in every exception and detail, and not if you get it too much high level. And if you fall in love with the problem you are basically solving, you are not like locked to a solution you already have. And many times we have those discussions, we have different types of problems, but what I see many times is that we are just copycatting what someone else has, or we are, because I'm also responsible for tech, we are migrating from legacy to a new stack, and we are just doing exactly the same when we could basically solve the problem in a different manner. So if you think on the problem and you abstract it to basically search for solutions, you will diverge, you will find different types of solutions, and then you will use data, as my colleagues were saying. Also, then don't get in like analysis paralysis. You need to take a shot and take some decisions. So use your best effort to create your assumptions, like this is what will solve the best my problem, and then go for it, validate your assumptions, and keep iterating. I think that's, the best advice I can give.
So my question, a hard one, how do you know that you are in the good way? I mean, how do you know that your customers really appreciate your journey? Do you have some tools to measure the impact on the customers, like some frameworks, some metrics? Do you measure the satisfaction of your customers in a structured way? And the second question, hard as well, in the impact on the business.
I can start. So we have implemented, it was, I think 1 year ago, something that really changed my mind on how we manage metrics. We created what we call, I don't think it was Merz creating it, but basically every team now is using what we call a bowler chart. It's like you are playing bowling, but with metrics. And basically, as you want to strike on every bowling round, we have targets for each week. And every week we go together, like each department does its own. We call Business Weekly Review. And the word business is there because even though we are a tech or a product team, we are focusing on business metrics as well. We have what we call L1, L2, and L3 metrics. And L1 goes up to revenue. Our product teams, they don't track the revenue itself, but they track L2 metrics that drive revenue, okay? And they can be volume of labels, they can be things that are more close to the business, more close to the P&L, let's say. But then we have our L3 metrics where the customer experience is, and each team, depending on their domain, is responsible for a subset of those metrics. So, for example, I have a team on my responsibility that owns that sorting application I was always talking about, and we run system usability score, and that's something we track not weekly, but every quarter that will show there that we need to track that. In some cases, we have more productivity metrics, like how much time are we taking between each one of the scans and whatsoever. So each team will come up with their productivity, customer experience, and at the end of the day, metrics that roll up until the business. And for us, number of labels is really important. It's kind of an indicator that the customer is happy both with our service and our cost structure, let's say, because they give more volume to us because it's financially compensating to them. So we kind of track those metrics weekly, and if it shows red because it's below the target, then it opens a discussion and the owner needs to find out the reasons why.
Yeah, would you like to share? It is similar your approach.
Yeah, a bit more boring. So we don't play bowling when we track the metrics, but in a way we have a similar approach. We have different tiers of metrics. So the first tier are the business ones, and the second tier is more related with the customer experience. But what we found is that the customers that rate highest the customer experience metrics are also the ones that drive most revenue. There are barely exceptions where this doesn't apply, so it's a fair assumption. It's a fair statistically significant correlation that the better the customer experience is, the more profitable the customer also is. And the way in practice, without any kind of bias, that we have to measure this is we include some business metrics every time we do a rollout through an A/B experiment of a new customer journey or a new customer experience improvement, even if it's just changing a label or a few colors or shifting things on the screen. So no additional functionality per se, but just more decorative. We always include the business performance metrics to make sure that all of the customer experience improvements will also move, at least in a positive way, the business metrics.
Filipa?
Yeah, for me, I think it's different tiers as well because it's like a chain of different metrics. And to answer the second question, we don't have any direct way to measure the impact in the business. Yeah, we have first the direct ways, like asking the NPS, asking the customer, but we should never believe fully the customer. Of course, this metric, like Tiago said, for me measures if there was an improvement or not, but we have to go deeper than that. And so for us, if I had to choose a metric, it will be like the repeated purchase or retention. That's the most important level. And then we have the normal P&L, profit and loss, like normal classic results. But I will have to say the behavioral metrics about the customer, the LTV, the lifetime value. We try to contact actively the most important customers as well, but that's direct feedback. So we have like three kinds of metrics, but not only one, and not certainly for now. One metric that I say, okay, the customer experience is better and the impact is this. There's not a metric to do that. It's different kinds of the data. Yeah.
Okay, so my question right now, because you talk about customer experience is based on data as well and collection of different sources of data. It is also associated with technology. Some of your initiatives are based on AI and technology. So my question is how your organizations adapt to these somehow different skills that we need for improved customer experience that is related with data and technology. And in particular, we saw lots of organizations with like a standard organization that the chief information officer delivers the infrastructure, the chief operations officer delivers the product, but right now technology delivers the experience. So do you have some adaptations in your organizations? I mean, in terms of skills, in terms of technology that you need to implement, and also in terms of structure, organizational structures that you have to adapt for this kind of new strategy? Philip?
For me, the last change was this focus on the digital and putting everything like data and digital in the same team. But I think the CRM project, the omnichannel project, is the main change, and my role in the structure. But we have much to go, and I'm not near a structure that these colleagues are in their organization. So that's a challenge. Even the CEO, it's not some role that exists in our context. But I think it's something that in 10 years from now or 20 years, it will be impossible not to have those roles within the company. So in my size of company, we still talk about like the IT team, or it's not something as current as it should be. So when I say that for us it was like a big innovation to have the customer data from store in database, you see that is a little more late in the game. But I understand the importance of what you're saying, and I think my colleagues will answer best than me.
So I talked a lot in my previous response about how we have embedded AI in the process themselves, focusing a bit more on the skills that we are hiring at the moment. yes, there is a new department, which is the AI department. We are hiring a VP of AI. But the most interesting thing to see is how the roles, the legacy roles, are evolving, because they are still quite relevant if they use AI properly. And it starts with that. Basically, on the recruitment process, we start screening AI skills, like asking people if they know what a good prompt looks like. We give, instead of giving in the recruitment process that standard business case that the people have 5 days to put together and then go to the interview and just present, okay, you can do it with AI, right? So basically, we are now asking the candidates to give some evidence. They have skills with AI. They can basically have some critical sense to filter out where AI is being useful or AI might be hallucinating. And basically to not take for granted everything they get, and if they have the sharp skills to understand that some suggestions might be aligned with the company strategy and key results that we want to go after, and the others we have to discard. Apart from that, product designers, user researchers, content writers, all of these people might be in a transition phase where everybody can be seen like a product engineer. And a product engineer is someone that, with the right tools, can build the engineer part, the product part. And today, we don't expect that the product designers just grab a pencil and a piece of paper and do mock-ups and run the customers with those mock-ups. They don't have to, because it's pretty much quick and high fidelity if they just go to Lovable and they do a few prompts and they show the customer something that's much closer to the final product, right? Same thing for the user researchers, same thing for the content creators, same thing for the product managers. So everybody should be in the condition to kind of sketch a really high fidelity end product that then just needs to go to engineering to gold plate it with the right quality standards, because the speed of AI doesn't mean that the quality is also there. So engineering is quite very relevant, but to do the 80% of the work, as George was saying, we should be able to do it much faster. And yeah, that's how I see the organization is evolving.
George?
Yep, I mean, we also have this type of changes, but something that happened recently, and it was before all those productivity Gen AI tools came up, was the way we organize ourselves in terms of product and technology. So basically, if you look into my role, I'm basically leading both products. I mean, we call it platform because in reality, there's a difference. We have a product department that is much more focused on go-to-market strategy and basically strategy itself. So if we think on the full product development, MERS doesn't give a single person the full cycle. It gives strategy to a team they call product, and then all the solution design of digital solutions and whatsoever that usually also belongs to product managers is part of the platform team, and then we have the engineering team. And last year, on July, we basically merged those two departments. And it was not just because we believed, I would think that was too visionary, that Cloud Code and Codex will be there so fast. It wasn't that the case. It was more because we understood that being our products basically so digital, it would make sense for us to have that combined leadership that could resolve the tensions close to where they are. So basically, I have engineering managers, I have product managers, and yeah, we have a backlog that collides. The engineering managers, they have things that are creating more, I don't know, incidents and bad customer experience. But many times the product manager is more focused on, okay, I want this new feature that will completely change the way we expose some data or whatsoever. And resolving that tension was becoming really difficult on a product that is digital by itself. So we decided to merge the departments with the risk. And obviously, that risk is there. Someone needs to manage it at a lower level. It's difficult to find a skill. I'm much more a product person rather than a technology person. So it's difficult to do that dance. But in our reality, at least, and I'm not here advocating that every company should do that, but it's working much better for where we were before. And then obviously what Tiago is saying, we are adopting as well. It's still unclear how this will evolve because at the same time this comes with risks because everyone brings a product now, and how do you decide like what's real and what's just a prototype? So also creates some confusion on big organizations such as we are. But it's just naive to not adopt these new innovations because they make you so much productive. You just need to have then someone tying this up in the organization, which I would say that is the challenge for the next years.
Okay, just to finish before the questions to the audience. So what do you think about the future? It's experience, it's much more about human and emotional, or will be much more automated and delivered by digital or physical systems? Just in 2 seconds.
Why not both? I mean, I really think that it's a combination of the two. You are completely right that emotion is important because bringing a product is much cheaper now. So you need to really get into how the experience is, delay your, basically give your customers that ha-ha effect and provide the emotion. But at the same time, you are focusing on more automated things. And that's probably what would the whole wow effect will be in the future. It's like I'm on Concours, SAP Concours is basically where we put our travel expenses and so on. The experience for me, the best one will be I don't need to do anything, you know. It's like I basically pay with my corporate card, somehow the invoices are obtained, and an agent will basically classify based, I don't know, on the conversations I have on Teams with my colleagues saying, oh, dinner at this time at this place, so it's already a dinner expense. So that will be what will, I mean, obviously depends on the product, but the combination of two, I think, is critical for success.
Tiago?
Yeah, it's both. In my opinion, in my opinion, it's both. But I'm coming more from an evolution perspective. So even today, George mentioned personas. So personas are our best guess of our customer segmentation. Then we are moving away from personas to personalized experience because of machine learning that's getting data already. And now with AI, you are aiming to basically offer a different experience for each customer. So we just have to wait for AI to be able to capture emotions. And then there's nothing preventing us to have a fully automated human experience.
Emotional
experience.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think that, and going back to the last panel, I think they mentioned this, but there's cycles, and now with the hype of AI and technology, human and emotion is going to be like the next trend again. And I think that technology should give us more to amplify ourselves. So it's both. I don't think one goes against the other, and should give us more tools and more time to focus in the human side. And I don't think the replacement theory, and this is not the first time in history that we have this kind of worries. So I think we should trust in the evolution, and that both will be better.
Thank you. So I think that we can now open questions.
Yeah, so we won't have many time for questions, so I'll just ask the most voted one that apparently a lot of people wanted to know. And I think all of you were students from Cesg, as you talked, so you were right. So the question is, looking back, what did university actually teach you that still matters in customer experience today?
For me, it was my first answer about the holistic side of things, like not looking to the customer experiences like the moment that he enters the store and purchases, is everything before. Why did he decide that he needed that product? What different kind of services that he needs to get there? And that's where you can feel more with your service or products. So looking behind the obvious. An holistic vision in the overview.
In my opinion, I agree with Filipa, but I also think that we spend a lot of time touching in many critical points that we discussed heavily during this graduation, mainly the service blueprint, for instance, knowing and mapping exactly every touch point that still stands. Basically, how much of the logistics that we have, that we study here, matter for what George was describing. Well, the way that we interact with the customer and we measure the experience and how do we marketing, so always, more than ever, right? So when everything becomes a commodity, the way that you marketing your product or your services matter the most, because you need to show the value, but also you need to show what are the values that your company stand for, so you can build a connection with the people. I think the question could be in the other way around. Is there any topic that is no longer relevant? And I dare to say no.
Thank you.
Sorry, I got distracted. The question is what the course gave to...
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm from industrial engineering and management, but sibling course and similar program, so I think that my answer will apply as well. I mean, I tend to think that product managers are one of the core people building customer experience because they build the products. And while I was at my previous company that then got acquired for Maersk, we had a bias. We always hire product managers from Philp, okay? That was our bias. And particularly from, we had one person from Cesg and the other ones were from industrial engineering and management. And the reason why is because these courses are so complete, what Thiago was saying. Like when you have marketing, you are thinking on how you communicate. When you have logistics, you are thinking on basically every step of the value chain, and in reality, our product was about that. When you have the process course, you are basically mapping all the experience. And we couldn't find the course that was preparing better the people. Obviously, you tend to think that people that think like you is a good match, but the reality is that it was winning for us, and we had a good culture and we had a good process coming out of that. So I mean, take this opportunity. It's really a good course for this. And enjoy, and you don't think that a course is wasting your time, because at the end everything ties up. That was what I learned when I exit Philp, is that everything that I learned somehow is being useful for a reason.
Okay, thank you so much. Would you like to say some words?
Another question?
No
time. Okay. Sorry.
No problem.
Yeah, rushing out of time. So I think that we have a very fruitful discussion. I think that the conversation highlights its customer experience is not right now a nice to have. It should be the core in your organizations. Right now, customer experience is related with data, with technology, also internal alignment. And I think that we are in a moment that the difficulty is not to deliver the experience, but is to deliver in a consistent way across all channels, across all different profiles of customers, and trying to understand them better to delight them. So I think that it's the end right now. Thank you very much for your discussion, and I hope you enjoy it as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you again to our speakers and also to our moderator. Please, you have a small gift for you. Stand for a round of applause. Wait, esperem um bocadinho só. Okay, another round of applause, please. Okay, so before we conclude, just 5 more minutes of attention. First of all, I'll ask Teacher Marta to come and give us a few closing words, and then we're almost finished.
Thank you. So thank you for this afternoon. I think I don't know, I enjoyed. I hope you also enjoyed. I'm very happy and very proud with this event. I'm also a Cesg alumni, so I enrolled, actually I enrolled the first edition of this master, and at the time the service science was starting and nobody knew what was this about. So at the time we had this idea about what about to organize a congress where we could showcase what we are able to do, and to let companies know us, and to let companies know what is the service science. And I'm very happy that this is the 9th edition of this congress. So we are organizing, or the students are organizing this every year. So I'm very happy, and thank you for organizing. And I think also this afternoon this showcased what is the Cesg about. Me and George, we receive a lot of questions about, so if I enrolled Cesg, what are the job opportunities for me? And I think that we can see here, we have here Cesg alumni that we have, João that is working at Deloitte, Tiago working at Blip, and Filipa working at Klaus. We have also here companies that have Cesg alumni working there, like Rangel, we have EDP, we have also companies open to receive Cesg students like Mavecor, and others that after this afternoon, like Maersk, will also be happy to receive these students. And I think also during this afternoon, we also tackled the 3 pillars that we talk about in Cesg, the technology, the people, and the processes. And I think during this conversation and this discussion that we have here, we were able to see what kind of things that we learn in our course. So thank you very much for this inspiring discussion and conversation. So I would like to thank the speakers, also the moderators, our colleagues. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the participants for being here. And I think that the most important, probably, the ones that the Cesg students that organized this event. It's also the first year students that organize all of this, everything that you can imagine. It was all them idea. They invited the speakers. They take care of the coffee breaks, everything. So I would like to ask them to come here to the stage. So Diogo Costa, Andrei Almeida, Francisca Moreira, Miguel Silva, Margarida Silva, Frederico Lopes, Sofia Fontes, Ana Leite, Márcia Souza, André Maia, Rodrigo Neto, Carolina Pereira, and João Rocha. You can also come. so thank you. Thank you very much for organizing this event. It was yes.
Ei, que fixe. Onde é que está a câmara?
Agora não há.
Sei.
É só carregar no botão. Que cheira a suor.
É a Gabriela.
Não sei da sala de observação.
Alguém tem que ensinar.
Não é iPhone.
Somos metade da sala.
Ai, meu Deus.
Está a perceber?
Já temos.
Que usar o chat GPT para tirar fotografias.
Lá está.
Temos que pedir ao AI para tirar foto.
So just before we go, one of the members it's her birthday today. So please let's sing happy birthday to Andrea.
Em português.
Parabéns a você. Thank you again. Now we have our sunset networking session with a lot of good food, a lot of good company. So please join us, and we hope you have enjoyed Cesg 2026. Thank you all. Obrigado. Thank you to our partners that we had a lot of people helping us joining this and preparing this event.
Casal Garcia, Gato com Mata Língua, mais Sítio do Pica-Pau e Núcleo de Mecânica, Pérola do Atlântico.
And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.